Two men. One pod. Unapologetically unfiltered. To quote Ridley Squat.
Ridley Squat.
It's the Unfiltered Idiots podcast with Jay and TJ. Hello, and welcome to this week's edition of the Unfiltered Idiots podcast. It is the 14th of the 10th, 2023, episode 6. Right, I am Jay. Jay? That's my name. Jay. I'm Jay. I'm Jay on Firefly Zero. And as always, I'm joined by the Meister of Magic himself, the proper TJ. Always trying to find a new name for you.
These intros are getting worse by the week. The Maestro of Magic.
Yeah, Maestro of Magic. I was going to go...
Fuck, am I Gandalf now or something? What the fuck?
Well, with that beard. Maybe.
You shall not pass.
And then you come back later with all the fucking loot because you've killed an epic boss monster.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Oh, dear. Right,
anyway,
it's been a week. Yes, anyway. It's been a week, TJ. It's been a week.
It has. One whole week since we last did this, yes.
Yes, one whole week. You done much over the week? Done much? Got up to much?
No, just still on the hunt for a new family vehicle and just chilled, streamed and not really, just a normal, bland, boring week in the house of TJ,
Yeah. Well,
Yourself?
my boss has gone to Vegas to leave me in control, which is foolish.
Nice.
Foolish, let me tell you. That's foolish.
Nice.
There was some interesting Star Citizen news, which I'm sure you'll...
Hang on, can I just quickly come back? I need to ask one thing, right? So, Your boss has gone to Vegas. Are they a gambler or are they a sightseer in Vegas?
Sightseer.
Okay, it always intrigues me because there's two types of people in there. There are the gamblers that go to Vegas to spend copious amounts of money on the slots, on the card games, roulette, whatever.
Yeah.
And the others that go purely for Vegas as in a spectacle because Vegas is ridiculous, isn't it? So
our boss tries to go every year. So if anyone's wondering, my boss is...
What, just to Vegas or to the States?
To Vegas. He goes to the States twice a year. He normally goes to Florida in February, and then in October, September time, he goes to Vegas.
Okay, cool.
So my old man's very much like me. He very much loves the States. We are state files, if there's a word for state file. Anyway, I've told him, because what he does, he goes and he just enjoys staying up late, going and seeing all the sites. I mean, they've got that new sphere thing, or the eye, or the whatever it is. Looks incredible. And you can go inside. You two are playing in there at the moment.
Nice.
And it's, what you've got on the outside, that massive dome.
Yeah.
Right. In the inside, it's exactly the same.
So it's like Cerebro.
Yeah. It's like
so
Cerebro.
Literally, your dad's Professor X going into Cerebro.
Oh, mate. He's got a big stomach. I don't think he'd play old Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart?
Yeah, Patrick Stewart's Professor X. Yeah.
Stewart,
Come on, or James McAvoy, depending on what generation.
Or James McAvoy, that's true.
What era?
James McAvoy looks strange with a bald head, though, don't you think?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Like people said that Patrick Stewart when he first lost his hair, they're like, "Fucking hell, he looks odd bald."
I don't know, man. When I see pictures of Patrick Stewart with hair, I go, no.
But but don't you think that's the thing, right? Like, if you took someone who notoriously has a thick moppy head of hair and then you shave it off, instantly you're like, egghead.
Yeah. Yes.
But then when you see them for years and years as a baldy, and then you go back to a picture in their 20s and they got full of hair, you're like, nah, don't look right. It's just because you're conditioned to how they look for so long. It's why, when people change their haircut, you're like, I don't know. I mean, women can do it really well. Women seem to transition into different hairstyles really, really well. But men, you just look at them, unless you're David Beckham. And you're like,
yes.
In saying that, actually, I have watched a Have you watched a David Beckham documentary?
No, I've been tempted to. Mate,
that's what I have done this week. Me and my wife sat down and watched a Beckham documentary, and I have to say, even if you're not a football fan, obviously I'm a Manchester United fan through and through. David Beckham. Well, I have a signed shirt up on the wall up here, class of '92, with Beckham, the two Nevilles, Giggs, Skulls, Butt, right, signed shirt.
One of the great years, man. That's fucking
the class of
golden years.
Well, the class of '92 is them graduating. That's their class in the youth team coming up, and obviously they broke in later on and were part of the treble winning side and whatnot. And they're like David Beckham is one of my favourite ever players. Love David Beckham, he's great. Watching the documentary, obviously, and you see all the France 98 stuff, like you don't realise, like people talk about mental health nowadays and how it affects people. And for those of you who are football fans and who know like let's say what's going on with say like Harry Maguire or like a lot of the England players, Jordan Henderson got it recently this weekend, and people coming out like David Beckham got it infinitely worse. Like David Beckham literally had people sending bullets to Manchester United with his name carved into the bullet. He had effigies of him hung from the streets because he kicked out as a 23-year-old, young, immature, kicked out and got sent off in a World Cup finals. England still made it to penalties. Technically, and everyone's like, and then Glenn Hoddle, the manager, threw him under the bus. England didn't lose because Beckham got sent off, but he was treated as. We still got to penalties and we lost on penalties. Yeah. He didn't directly contribute in us. Like, it wasn't his fault we lost. It was a contributing factor as to why we lost, but it wasn't all down to him, you know.
Everyone wants someone to shoot, mate. Everyone wants someone to shoot.
He literally got a year of abuse, and it's amazing when you actually look back and you realise it, and you realise how strong mentally he must have actually been. And I tell you the other thing that's fascinating about the documentary is you don't realise how this, like the paparazzi, you always just think, oh yeah, the paparazzi, they're there, and you know, you see. They're fucking savages to the point where, like, they were talking about when they had their child and they'd have and there was video footage of them in the car and, like, people are banging the car, paparazzi, fans are all banging the car. The child in the back is bawling his eyes out, scared shitless. And that's when you realise, you're like, fuck, yeah, this is, like, a bit too much. Like, you're actually affecting the health of a child there because you just want a photo of a celebrity. It's like, it's really weird, fascinating documentary. Like, gives a lot more respect for, like, I think it's given David Beckham people another look at him, and he's got a lot more respect than what he already had, which was he's pretty in high standing anyway. But yeah, I definitely recommend it to anyone watching this, yourself as well, and your wife. Like, even if you don't like football, you should watch the Beckham documentary because it's a really
I have been tempted a couple of times when I'm on Netflix. I've been tempted to sort of go, ooh, I might watch it because I got a lot of respect for David Beckham. I mean, I like football. I like American football, as you can see.
Yeah.
But go Eagles, go. But like, I also, I mean, obviously, not many people see me do it because I support a team that's very, very, very not even in the league, and the league team that I support is also in like League 2 or League 1. I can't remember now. So I support Halzone Town and I support Crow Alexandra. So I don't really talk about football as in, you know, because it's not Prem football.
Yeah.
So I don't really talk about football. I do go and watch it. I've had season tickets and I've gone and seen games like every weekend. I try and keep away from the away games because I can't. I drive too much for work. But yeah, so I've always respected David Beckham because, I mean, you can't deny that he's quality. He's a quality footballer.
Yeah.
You know, so the reason that he's worth as much money as he is, one, he's a fucking good looking, and two, he's out and out class at football, and he's always has been. You know, because he comes through. I mean, to go from a training squad or a youth team into Manchester United, especially Manchester of, you know, long ago, shall we say? You know, that was a hard team for anyone to get into.
Yeah.
Let alone a youth. You know, I mean, so I got a lot of respect for Beckham, and I do want to watch it.
It's definitely worth a watch, man. I think you'll enjoy it. Like I say, even for those who aren't interested in football, it's still a fascinating like documentary and insight into like the goings on around that time because there was no one like him, and posh at that time. It's fascinating.
I mean, it was like a power couple back in the day, really, when you think about it.
Probably the original. I spoke about this on stream, and I was like, could you say Charles and Diana? But then again, like, it's different because they're royals, and the whole situation with them was weird. You know, so, but just celebrity...
Let's just go UK celebrities, obviously. Well, you've got to leave Hollywood a little bit out.
Well, even like Hollywood to us, maybe in Hollywood, they would say, like, you know, Tom and Nicole, or what Tom and Katie Holmes at one point, and whatnot. Maybe not to us. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, but because Beckham Mania, when he went to Spain and when he went to America, was huge. Like they were worldwide.
100%.
But yeah, interesting. It's really interesting.
And they avoided the time when people just blurred their names together.
Yeah,
Victoria or.
Well, it would have been, what was it? So it would have, her Victoria and David. So Davtoria. No, that don't really work, does it?
No.
Beckham, and her surname was Adams. So Beckdams, no. Adams, no. Adhams, no, it doesn't work. Beckham's, no. There you go, just Beckham. Yeah. I mean, she took his last name. She didn't stay as, you know, she like when you look at Angelina and Brad, like they kept their own. They kept their own surnames anyway, didn't they? They were still Pitt and Jolie essentially, and a lot of superstars do now, don't they? They keep their own surnames and whatnot. But they were just the Beckhams. Or it was Posh and Becks. Technically, actually, it was Posh and Becks, wasn't it? That was what Posh and Becks was.
They went nicknames, didn't it? More than
rather than cramming the two names together. They just Posh and Becks,
Yeah. So you know, I definitely want to watch it. There's another thing just for the American football fans. Kels is on Amazon Prime, and that's That's a really interesting document because he's been there forever. He's incredible. Player. His brother is now dating Taylor Swift because that's going mental at the moment. You've seen she's got like a music concert or something.
Oh yeah, she's doing a massive tour, isn't she? Yeah.
Well, no, she's got a cinema thing.
Right, okay.
And it's fucking sold. It's sold out.
Well, there is a like I've seen bits and pieces at the cinema, like go to the cinema and watch opera at the cinema, but it's live streamed into the cinema from the opera. I take it, is that the kind of thing you're talking about, like her? No,
this is
concert?
Like pre-recorded.
Oh, okay, pre-recorded.
But no one's seen it. No one's ever seen this thing unless you were there, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's the next evolution of.
Oh, of course, it's what cinema's got to do.
I was going to say maybe that's it. Well, because I know that like cinema, like with sports and stuff, like major sporting events, like talking about like putting World Cup finals and stuff on.
World Cup final. Would you go and see England versus? I don't know, let's say Germany. Just
doesn't matter who, just X nation. What in the cinema?
Would you pay 8 to 12 quid to go
in the cinema?
In the cinema?
No. But I have a specific reason why. It's also a reason why now I'm nearing my 40s. I also wouldn't go down the pub to watch England in the final. When England were in the final against Italy, I invited the family round, and we had there was 15 of us in my house, and we watched the football here because we as a nation. And I've seen this firsthand for the years that I've been out down the pub, and I think we as a nation go a little bit OTT and a little bit like back to Neanderthal times where the football comes. And I can just imagine like fights in the cinema would be chaos. Like I've been there. I've literally been there. We live in a seaside town. We've walked out of the pub and seen people turning over fucking like the grabber machines. You know, you get all the grabber machines just outside. So people like literally grab. I see someone set light to a France shirt and throw it in someone's face, and you're like, I mean, and I don't live in a like a bad
highly
area.
Populated.
No. Like in terms of like there's like crime here isn't like a fucking all-time high. We had a little issue with youngsters fucking in this town centre a few years back, but then who doesn't really? Yeah. Just give them an ASBO and move on. But yeah, we don't really have, and I mean, we don't really have a major issue here. Like it's no different than any other town, but it's just the football seems to bring out the worst in people. It's kind of like their excuse to be dickheads.
Yeah, especially when away. Have you seen them when they're away?
Well, it's a bit,
England fans.
It's a bit like people on Twitter, isn't it? Twitter is their escape from realism to be a dickhead. Yeah, they can. I can say well, and it kind of like football seems to be the excuse people need to be a dickhead. Like but
that's it. I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? Because like again, it's like a red rag to a bull, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of like it doesn't matter whether they win or lose. They've just got to go out and riot for some reason.
I got a great story for you, right? Back in the day, I was with my wife, my girlfriend at the time, and we were playing Portugal.
Right.
And we went down in extra time. I think we went to. I can't remember if it was 0-0.
Cornwall when this happened.
Well, I can't remember if it was 0-0 or 1-0, whatever it was. Yeah. But they scored, and I was like, extra time. I was like, fuck it, and I walked out. And there's about 5-6 minutes left. I walked out. The wife followed, and I've literally gone down head in hands. So where the pub was, it's right outside the arcade. So I walked past all the the amusements and everything, and then went and sat down on a stool. I'm sitting there like fucking head in hands, like fucking why do we always do this? We're fucking dog shit. Yeah. And then all you can hear is the loudest cheer. I think it was Frank Lampard might have scored. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, I've jumped up. The wife's standing there. I've grabbed my wife's hand and I've sprinted back to the pub, right? My wife, but I'm 6'4", and I used to be a little bit more athletic than I look now, right? Back in those days. I'm 6'4". My wife is 5'3". It's quite comical to look at. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Literally dragging. It's like a parent dragging their child along. I'm dragging her to the point where her legs couldn't keep up, and she literally tripped and Klinsmaned outside the front of the fucking pub. She's literally gone down like, what? Like, bless her, grazed her knees, grazed her hands. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Get up, get in the fucking pub. What are you doing? Get up off the fucking floor.
It's in the game.
She was a fucking trooper, cleaned herself up and everything, and we stayed and watched the penalties. I mean, we fucking lost on penalties. Of course we fucking did.
Of course we did.
But it was like, literally, the scene must have been like I say, an adult dragging their child along. I was going at warp speed, and I've ever run so fast in my life. Her little legs, bless them, couldn't keep up, and she's just flown across the fucking floor. I was like, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry for your wife.
I'm so
Such
sorry.
a lovely lady as well.
Yeah, I know. I know. What actually puts up with me, I don't know, mate.
Oh dear, that's amused me. Amused me. If we ever do a big meetup again, I'm gonna have to ask you to tell that story again, and then I can get your wife's opinion on it.
She's gonna be like, yes, fucking dickhead.
Well, from one comical story to another comical story, I suppose. So it's a little bit of Star Citizen done this week. Not that you care about Star Citizen or anybody else. But I like to talk. I like to talk a little bit of Slam Banner because I spent so much money. So they've got a ship called the F8C Lightning, and it's a ship you can only get when you finish the game if it ever comes out, and you can also get it by spending 10 grand. Yes, I said what I said. I said what I said, TJ.
Mate, if you tell me you've bought, I'm going to end the podcast now. Drive to where you live and bitch slap you. I'm going to knock on your door. I'm going to say, excuse me, Mrs. Firefly Zero, I need to go and beat your husband up. And she's going to be like, yeah, 100%. Can I help?
Yeah, carry on.
Someone's
got to do it.
Can I punch him when he's down? Like, mate.
So they've got this it's a 10 grand ship.
Fuck.
And it's. So there's something called the concierge. So when you spend over 1,000, you get into the concierge, and they give you like a gun, a gold-looking gun, a gold-looking armor for the next tier, which is about 2, and then at 5 grand they give you this is 5 grand, $5,000, I suppose I should say. They give you a gold suit, and then the next tier is another 5 grand. It's to get to the wing commander. Okay. It's called the Wing Commander. And then they give you the ship. And then if you spend another 10 grand, you get a gold version of that ship and another ship.
Okay, right? Too much money.
I'll never see them because I'm done spending money on that game. But what they've done in order to encourage people, because they've had a steady drop-off, because people are unhappy, as they would be after 12 years of development and no fucking game.
Yeah.
Well, there's an alpha. I know people are already screaming, there's an alpha and it can be because you got a lot of them. I was an apologist for a long time, but I've been backing it for about 5 years now. I might be deluded. I think I might be deluded. Yeah, so they want like 10 grand for basically a ship, and then there's another 10 grand, so 20 grand to get you to the highest peak of this stupid concierge thing. And you get another ship and the gold variation of the ship. But what they've done because they've got this massive drop-off of players at the moment, because backers are just going, I'm not getting anything. There's no gameplay. There's no loot. I'm just fine that I'm going on. You're wiping everything. I'm doing it again. I'm wiping everything. I'm doing it again.
Is it also like a knock-on effect of Starfield?
It probably. Starfield has definitely dragged some players away. Yeah. Starfield, buggy or not,
it's a functional game, right?
That's it. And so they've got another game called Squadron 42, which most people backed to get Squadron 42.
It's in the Star Citizen universe, though, right?
Yeah, that's it. So they built a universe. Squadron 42 is the main game, and then you've got the Persistent universe, which is your MMO-esque multiplayer version of it. And if you finish Squadron 42 in 10 years when it gets released, you get this ship. But what they've done in order to encourage people, they've released this ship, but you can't buy it. So what you've got to do is you've got to go into the game, and for 10 days, you can find a golden ticket. Now, that golden ticket is going to announce to the entire server that you've got a golden ticket. And then you can go, and if you get to a rental place, you can rent this ship, this F8C Lightning, which is a shit-hot ship, I suppose, is what everyone thinks. Right. It's a fighter ship. It's the ship you'll probably use a lot in Squadron 42 when it ever gets released. But the other thing that they've added is if you find that golden ticket, you can buy an F8
for 10 grand.
Lightning. Like, fuck knows how much it costs because I don't know anyone who's done it. But there's also a platinum ticket. Platinum tickets are only on the devs. So devs, you expect to be pretty fucking good at the game, right?
Yeah.
If you kill a dev and you loot his body, you can get a platinum card. And that, again, announces to the entire server that you've got a platinum card. So the entire server go, wait a minute, he's got a fucking platinum card. And they all chase down you. And if you can get back to a spaceport and get to a place where you can get ships, they will give you a ship for fuck all. Or you can buy one. Now, I guarantee you...
When you say give you the FAC8
They will give you the F8.
What to keep? The platinum one gives you to keep. The gold one gives you to rent.
Yeah, so you've got to get on when a dev's on. You've got to kill a dev that happens to have it. Other devs will be on as well, but they may not have.
Does every dev have one
golden
platinum ticket?
No. You've got some decoy devs, and you've got a dev that you don't know, again, because unless he's got, I'm a fucking Star Citizen developer.
Okay, how easy is it to track someone down?
Not easy.
So let's just say, hypothetical, you go on DevX, you find DevX on Planet 7, you kill DevX on Planet 7, loot him. Will the notification say, Firefly Zero has killed DevX and got a platinum ticket on Planet 7?
Yes, it will.
So you get in your ship and then fuck off. But then to track you, if they're not within a close proximity to you, what are the honest chances of them finding and actually catching you?
Like, about
is there a tracker on you, or is there?
Well, yeah, I get what they'll probably have, because when you get a bounty and you're searching bounties, and that's player bounties as well, then they tell you exactly where your location is, provided you're in a space that has what they'd arguably say is satellite.
Right.
So then that will know where your ship is at all times. And then they can just track you. They can go straight to your location. Of course, you can warp out. But all they've got to do is sit on the planet or sit outside of the planet atmosphere and wait for you to come in. Because if they get a bounty, they're not going to
where you're going to go into the trade.
Yeah.
Right.
Where I've got to take the ticket in order to redeem my prize.
Is there only one place then?
I think there's two. I think, but I might be wrong.
Literally, you're going to warp into there and be like, like it's the fucking what is it? It's Star Trek when they go in and the Romulan ship or whatever, and they turn up and they like, if you warp here, and or even better actually, Starship Troopers when they come into warp, and then it's like all the fleet is there, but the fleet are going to be against you. Yeah,
that's exactly it. And you're going to need to be in a fighter ship because you've got to take out what I assume the devs will be in a fighter ship. Now, a fighter ship is not a fucking capital ship. It's not a large ship. But large ships can be one ship that's manned by 8 players. And then if they kill you, they're going to spacewalk and jump out of their ship. And then there's going to be a scrap for whoever killed me.
Man, there's going to be like 70 fucking just floating people like...
Exactly.
That'd be worth watching.
Well, a lot of people are streaming it, and it's kicking up the streaming numbers at the moment because of it. So it's hell. My point
they
is,
know how to fucking like just get like, and then it'll be like, just give me. I need a better ship to take. I need a better ship to actually to do this.
To be able to do this.
This ship's only $2,000. I'll buy this one.
Yeah, exactly, mate. That's what's going to happen. They are sneaky bastards. And then I guarantee that F8 Lightning is going to be 250 or 300 quid to buy. I guarantee it. I guarantee, because it won't be a cheap ship. But you get one. You get one if you wait the fucking decade.
I was going to say,
fucking Squadron 42
like, we're in a generation of FOMO, mate. People ain't waiting a decade for it.
No,
Jesus.
they're not. They're not. And because it's because that ship is now playable. That's it. I haven't gone on it because I'm like, this will be fucking chaos if I enter this at the moment. It'll be fucking chaos. People will be killing people just to drop the numbers that are surrounding the fucking planet, man. It's going to be fucking... I might have to stream it tomorrow. I might have to see what it's all about tomorrow.
Wow.
Just see how chaos it is. It would be interesting. I know someone who's got a gold ticket and they put up a video and they already got like 1,004 views just straight after one day. 1,004 views straight away.
Did they manage to get back to
base?
Got
a gold. I think they got a gold ticket.
But did they get back to base?
I don't know. I only saw the clip where he managed to loot the box and found something.
If you got the gold ticket,
Mhm.
can you just come out of the game right there and then?
No, you stay. It's persistent. So even if you leave and you log, right, when you come back in, you still got to redeem that ticket. And you only got 24 hours to redeem that.
No. What I'm saying is, can you you turn around and go, okay, there are going to be prime times when more people are on the server, not on the server, whatever.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is,
100%.
you kill someone, you're like, okay, right, fucking log out, okay.
Yeah.
Calm down, take a breath, wait till the numbers drop for the amount of people on, then reload in, and now we've got a better chance because numbers, essentially.
Well, to answer that, now, Star Citizen is notoriously buggy.
So you might not be able to log back in the 24-hour period, and you're fucked.
It is notoriously buggy to the point where, like, you can log out in your ship in the middle of space. You can do that.
Yeah.
But you do run the risk that if, when you log back in, for whatever reason, the server glitched out, you're going to start right back at a planet. And everything that you had, including your armor and your weapons and every item you had on you, is in the space void somewhere. So that
golden ticket just floating,
just gone.
All right, fair enough. Okay, fair enough.
So you do run the risk. Right. Anyway, that's my little rant about Star Citizen being sneaky bastards.
Yeah.
I also watched Haunted Mansion today. Now I don't know if I liked it simply because I've rode the Haunted Mansion, and it was very.
That's a
similar.
new film, right?
Yeah, it's on Disney Plus though.
Yeah.
Didn't do great numbers at the cinema. Let's just say it that way. Which we'll go into our other conversation later.
What does?
No, exactly. That's the problem. That's why Taylor Swift is fucking cleaning up, and she's probably going to make $1 billion. Right. So, just trying to think of the fucking let's take The Flash. Right. So The Flash, when that came out, it sold out in America. It sold out in about 14 cinemas across the states.
Yeah.
Right, it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Right. This 14%, sorry. Taylor Swift has sold out in 85% of the cinemas in
a lot of 12-year-old girls in America, though, mate.
There are. I know they've got to drag their parents. And their parents.
My daughter, no shit, my daughter would probably want to go and see that.
Yeah, keep an eye on your cinema, mate.
No,
because it is doing gangbusters.
Well, my wife can take her. I'm fucking not. I'm not being that weirdo dad.
I've seen your Taylor Swift fucking top.
I'm not being that weirdo dad. Like, you go in there and there's a fucking, I'm like, oh, there's that weird old man sitting in the fucking corner. It's like, no, I've got a child, honestly. I have a child with me. I have a child.
Why is his hand shifting?
Fucking hell. Don't put myself in them kind of fucking positions, mate. Calm down. Gee. Fucking hell.
Look, let's pour one out for all the single dads out there that have got a young daughter.
Mate, you're like any female friends that want to take my daughter to Taylor Swift?
Anyone, please, please, I'll pay. Yeah. I'll pay. But yeah, so I watched Haunted Mansion, and I gotta say I quite enjoyed it. I know it got a bad rap, but here's another thing that I think about the cinema: has it become sort of cool to just hate on all films? Like, has that become a thing? Because it happens with video games all the time. Star Citizen come out to big numbers, but if you read any posts, it's always like Star Citizen doing shit. It's like, well, it's 10th on Steam. That's not shit.
Has it become? That's an interesting question. Has it become cool to hate mainstream things?
Yeah,
we'll say mainstream things. Probably. There's always been that underground kind of collective that is like anti-establishment, anti-mainstream, anti all that kind of jazz. Maybe with social media the way it is at the moment, maybe more so. We were talking about the other week, weren't we? Well, I also feel that movies in general just aren't fucking helping themselves, whether or not you've got the you look at the SAG-AFTRA writer strike shit that's going on and the stuff that's coming out, that 1 minute they were talking about we're near a resolution, and now they're talking about how the bullying tactics that the studios are using against actors will not be tolerated, and we're nowhere near a resolution. Then
writers have ended their strike, but SAG have not. SAG are
and then obviously you've got. I feel it's been like this for 10 years. What I'm about to say, the fact of everything is a redo, a sequel, a redo. There's no originality, so everything is just boring. Everything is just stale. And then on top of that, as well, with the movie industry, it's like, how can we pander to people, to an audience, rather than just making a film for the sake of making a film? It's like, no, we need to fill quotas. We need to have, you know, this many females, this many people of colour. We need this many people who fly the LGBTQ plus banner. We need this many people with certain diverse, like, backgrounds, cultures, whatever, you know. And it's to the point where people are just sick of it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying,
I'm not saying we're against it.
No. It's not what I'm saying. But it's just like it's so over the top now that you're just getting people like, I forgot to, and like we could say, like, you know, whether or not you agree with it, or like we spoke about before, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. You've got the lead actress has come out and fucking absolutely slagged off the film that she's about to star in. You've got an iconic fable from yesteryear that's gone through generation after generation, like had so many different iterations of the film, but one thing has always stood true, is that the Seven Dwarfs have been dwarfs, and now you've got them as, like, you know, full-size people with like different variants and whatnot.
People as well, and just trying to put mismatched people in.
You know, so I feel like the pandering that the movie companies are doing to try and be like woke and inclusive, and like they've just gone too far, and it's just pissed people off. So I feel hating on the cinema is more to do with that kind of shit than it is anything else at the moment. You know, it's just like they just can't seem to get it right. They just make a misstep, and rather than taking a step back and go, right, reevaluate and go again, it's like, well, we've taken this step, so logically now we just need to take another step and go even fucking worse. Like, and it's like, no. At some point, you need to retreat, regroup, and fucking go again. It ain't just like, fuck it, you know, we're this far into the mire, we're in quicksand already. Rather than go back, we'll go further and see if we can actually make it out. No, mate, no.
You see, I've always stood true to, like, can we not just keep to the source material? If we keep to the source material, people liked it, didn't they? I mean, you know, I know we're in a different world.
I understand.
Just write new stories.
Well, I understand when like things like Ghost in the Shell come out, and you're taking like a white actress and putting them in a role that an Asian actress would essentially play if you go by the anime. But I also look at that type of film and think,
she's a doll. She's
essentially a skin, essentially, isn't she? She's like, I don't think it really mattered who you used in that, but I do obviously understand what they're saying. You've got a white actress taking roles, you know. One thing I was actually talking about on my stream the other day was that I really appreciated was we were talking about A Quiet Place, because I've got a member of my community.
We'll be talking about that a bit later, as well.
Cookies. Well, I've got a member of my community, Cookies, who like loves A Quiet Place and relates to a character in A Quiet Place, Regan, who is the main character. I can't remember her, Millicent something. I can't remember her real name. And I didn't know, she obviously plays a deaf character in the film, but I didn't know if she was deaf in real life. And I was like, you know, and it turns out, yes, she is deaf in real life. And I actually appreciate that. Same like them actually using a person with that disability in that role. It kind of fits, like, rather than just taking an able-bodied person. And it's why I always appreciated Breaking Bad. Millicent Simmons, there you go, yeah. It's why I always appreciated Breaking Bad with Walt Jr. RJ Mitty, I think the lad's name is. He actually has cerebral palsy. He legit has cerebral palsy in real life. So they've hired an actor with cerebral palsy to play a role of a character who has cerebral palsy.
Makes sense.
You know,
because you should give disabled people roles in fucking films.
It's like, there was that one, I never watched it, but Glee, there was a lad in a wheelchair. But he's and like, I think like in the whole series, I think he might get up and actually dance like once or twice, like in a montage, like dream sequence or something. Yeah. But ultimately, he spends the whole time in a fucking wheelchair, and you're like, well, why couldn't you? I'm sure you can find someone who's wheelchair bound who could sing, who could play that role. Do you just don't have those couple of dream sequences? But you could legit have someone who's in a wheelchair. Why have you not got someone in a wheelchair who can sing to promote that?
They do the same thing with fat people.
Put them in fat suits instead of...
They put them in fat suits instead of just getting a large actor or actress or whatever to play the role. You know, instead you want what's her name?
Charlize Theron.
Charlize Theron, that's it. You know, they put her in a fat suit instead of just getting a
was that for Monster?
Larger actress. I think it was for Monster, yeah.
Was she in a fat suit, or did she just... Because I know Christian Bale, when he played the American geezer who's like quite hefty, the American politician geezer, he actually put the weight on, didn't he?
He did, but like he's very
Christian
like that,
Bale is fucking like mental. If you watch him in like The Machinist, where he's like a twig, he's like, I've never seen someone so skinny still breathing in my life.
Yeah.
And then he goes on to Batman, where he's definitely used steroids to get himself back up to that. Yeah. And then he goes and puts on like X amount of pounds to play Dick Cheney, maybe? I'm not sure.
I think it was Cheney, yeah, it was Cheney. Sure.
You know, who's like a hefty guy. And then, goes back down to playing like Batman or whatever. It's like, like that can't be healthy. It can't be healthy to do that to your body.
Not healthy. Apparently, it's really not healthy to like.
Well, for his one extreme, it's one extreme, and it's like not just a little bit of weight. It's like fucking like near death skinny to like heavily obese to like muscle bound punk. Yeah. You know, it can't be good for the body to the levels.
No. You know, I'm sure doctors.
Your endocrine system. It's got to fuck your endocrine system up somewhere.
Yeah. You know, like I say, so. But that I just thought we'd talk about that just briefly because
we kind of tangent all over the place, but we got there.
We always do. This is nothing new for us. This is nothing new for us. Right, so if there's nothing else to add, dude, I suppose we should move on to calendar news.
Cool story.
Right, so calendar news we're going to cover today, actually, in a rare occasion. Saturday, the 14th of October. Obviously, this will be released on Monday. But it is National Dessert Day. Doesn't like a nice dessert. I love a dessert. Let them in cake, they say. This popular French saying holds true, especially. Don't you like cake? Don't you like cake?
Mate. I mean, we had this conversation. I apparently, according to my stream, I'm the most un-British British person because I hate tea, as in the drink tea. Hate it with a passion. And I do not like cake.
This country was born on cups of tea.
I do not drink cake. I do not drink cake. Blended cake. I do not drink tea, any form of tea. None of this chai tea fucking bullshit. None of this crap. Tetley, PG tips. Don't care. Don't drink it. It's fucking piss. Don't drink it. And cake. I don't eat any kind of sponge, any kind of like muffins
Victoria
or anything.
Sponge.
Yeah, don't eat muffins. Like I never have a birthday cake, or if I have a birthday, I have like a birthday trifle or something like that instead. You know, I don't have cake. Because I don't like it. I really don't.
French people are passing out as we speak.
Yeah, I don't eat cake, and I don't drink tea.
Well, I mean, it is dessert day, though.
I'll have a pavlova. I'll have a pav or a cheesecake.
There you go, I'll have a pav.
I'll have a pav or a cheesecake, mate, all day long.
Cheesecake's still cake. It's got cake in the word.
Yeah, but it's not sponge, is it? It's like sponge, or it's not baked.
Everything's
either.
Victoria sponge.
If it's like not sponge, like something baked, but then again, I like apple pie, and that's baked, but that's completely different.
I had an apple pie today. It was very nice.
Mate, I love an apple pie, man. I love an apple pie.
Apple and raspberry pie it was.
Mate, it's like warm apple pie.
Wonder what that's from.
But yeah.
So it is on the 14th of October. It is National Dessert Day. Calories don't count today, so make sure you pick up that box of donuts. I fucking love a donut.
Yum yums,
fucking
man.
Love it.
Yum yums are the winner. Yum yums are the winner, but donuts are good.
Yeah, love a donut. The term dessert actually originates from the French word dessert. Dessert? I think that's that right.
Yeah.
Dessert. Would you like some?
Yeah, we unfortunately the French will correct us because we're probably well wrong. But
yes, yeah. Which translates to the action to clear the table. That's what it means.
I do that with a fart, mate.
Yeah.
Everyone fucking leaves.
And this is because the dessert is served after the main meal's dishes. Not if you're my wife. My wife would eat cake every single meal if she could, for start, for middle,
start, main, and dessert. Sweet.
However, the sweetness of dessert has existed long before there was a proper title for it. As an act of worship, ancient civilizations would offer dried fruits and honey to their gods. In ancient Jeep.
Where's that country? Where'd you go? Like, I just want to like to Jeep. Fucking hell.
Ancient Greece. A special sweetbread was made with nuts and honey to make an almost cake-like dish called placus. Placus?
Yeah, we go with that.
Placus. It is believed that the ancient Greeks may have also invented pie.
Of course they did.
As astrophane.
This is great. Why did you pick this? You can't say any of it.
I'm trying to fucking look these up. Mentioned sweetmeats and pastries filled with fruit in his plays, which I've never watched and should probably learn to say his name before I even bother trying to.
Oh, brilliant.
Aristophanes? I think it's Aristophanes.
Yeah, Dave. Fuck it. His name's Dave.
Dave or Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, yeah. Oh, mate.
I gotta start looking at words before I just copy and paste them on here.
Okay, let me ask you a question before we move on from dessert day. Right? Cheese board, right? Do you agree that it's on the dessert menu?
I don't, because one, I think we talked about this last week. I like a mild or a medium cheese,
right?
And what they tend to put on the cheese board is crackers, which are fine. I don't mind a cracker, perfectly fine.
Bit of cheddar.
But then they put a slab of something smelly and fucking
I just don't
blue
eat that
vein running through it. Now, I don't mind a cheese board, but I don't know. Cheese feels more like a starter than it does a dessert to me. Not that you'd have. Well, I suppose.
I wonder what the origins. I mean, I'm not going to look it up on the internet. Someone else can and let us know. I wonder what the origins of a cheese board. I mean, it's got a bit of French, right?
It's got to be. It's got to be, right?
They love it. Coffee and a cheese.
Coffee and a cheese. That's right, isn't it? I don't mind an Irish coffee. I don't mind an Irish coffee. A bit of whiskey in it.
Yeah, warm the old cockles. So I very much am a fan of the cheese board. I like.
Do you believe it to be a dessert, though, sir? Do you believe it to be a dessert?
No, I just think it's tasty. I like cheese, right? Oh. I'm quite. I actually. The last time I had a cheese board was actually a works do, and I shared a cheese board with a colleague. Me and him were cheese board buddies,
feeding each other cheese.
Yeah, man, we were like, a couple of grapes on there as well. You know, it's like we're popping them into each other's mouth, like, you know. But yeah, no, it was. I appreciate a cheese board. I'm sophisticated enough in my old age to appreciate a chease board.
My problem is,
but once again, I don't have the blue smelly shit. No, pass that on. You know, you can have that.
You can have that, mate. Yeah. All right. I'll just have this nice mild cheddar. I tend to
camembert.
That's it. Well, whenever I see cheese board, I'm like, I kind of want the chocolate cake.
What about? Okay, so cheese board is a dessert, but yet cheese fondue is normally a main or a starter.
Exactly. That's my point. It feels like cheese comes before my meal, and then I end with some cake or a nice trifle or a nice other dessert that I can't.
So you could effectively probably, like, let's go garlic bread with cheese starter, cheese fondue main, cheese board dessert, cheese, and cheese. Let's cheese it up.
Fucking run at that as well.
I have garlic bread with cheese if it's on the menu. I love garlic bread. I love cheese. So yeah, I would probably be a fondue, depending on what comes. If it's I would love cheese fondue, but with like actual cuts of meat, as opposed to they do like breads and other bits of meat. No, I want some fucking steak. Some nice cubes of steak that I can especially when we were years and years ago. We were on holiday in Andorra. We went to a restaurant and my brother had like a fondue thing, but they brought out your own hot plate and you would cook your cuts of like meat yourself on the hot plate, and then you could dip them in. Oh, I'd be all over that. I mean, you're essentially paying to cook your own dinner, which is a weird experience, but it was wicked.
It seems to work though, doesn't it? There's loads of people who like to do that.
I'd do that.
I mean, I've never done. I think you said you've done this. I can't remember. I've never done it where they cook the meat right in front of me.
Once again, same place. When we were in Andorra, we went to a steakhouse there, and literally it was only a small little restaurant, but the grills were like we almost sat like it's almost like at the bar, and they cook it right there. But they bring out, so it was fucking brilliant. It's like you'd never get it in this country because we're fucking like charge people through the earth for a bit of rump. Bring out this whole fucking cut. And I'm talking about like as big as me fucking desk here in front of me. Slap it down in front, get out the old like knife and be like, how much? And you're like, you can pick how thick your slab's going to be. To a point, you can't go like 4 inches. But, you can be like, how thick do you want? Do you want 3/4 of an inch? Do you want an inch? And it's like, oh, yeah. And then they carve it.
Saying to the wife, do you want an inch? Do you want a quarter?
And then they season it, and then they season it in front of you and then slap it on the grill. And the smell in the place is amazing. It's like, when you go to Nando's, it's kind of like that, isn't it? Because you can see the kitchen's all open.
Yeah.
But this is like the next level because you're like literally sitting 3 foot away from watching your meat being. It's like going around your mate's house and standing next to the barbecue, essentially, but with a prime cut of fucking meat and like.
Do
professional cutting it. You know.
Just gonna say, do you do the same thing that every alpha male
lean over and go
do?
like, yeah, I wouldn't do it like that, mate.
Yeah, that's a bit more, mate. That needs
no, because I have friends who are like stupid level, like with the old low and slow. They go up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, fucking rub their meat. And then fucking like sit
I rub
there.
my meat early in the morning,
and then low and slow it for like the next 8 hours. And I'm just glad to be on the receiving end of eating their moist meat, mate. Their moist meat goes down the drain.
Can't believe it.
I'm like, God, I'm stuffing it all in my mouth at once. I'm like, oh.
Watching the fucking boxing earlier, and it looked like fucking what's his name? Danish was trying to fucking eat fucking Logan Paul's meat.
Oh mate, that's a fucking shit show of epic proportions.
Come at me, Dennis. I fucking lamp you and all.
I reckon you could beat him on that performance. Fucking hell.
In a boxing match.
I reckon my daughter 11 could kick his ass.
Don't say that. Let's not say that. I don't want him fucking popping up, fucking throwing microphones in my face. Hang
on, I'll just detach this and fucking launch it right back.
The fucking microphone did the most damage to fucking Logan Paul.
It's embarrassing, isn't it, mate? You're a joke. Dylan Danish, you're a fucking joke.
Anyway.
Right, moving on. Next day.
Wednesday, the 18th of October. This Wednesday is National Mashed Potatoes Day. Now, I love fucking mashed potato. Mashed potato. Who is it? Who's them two?
Bodger and Badger, isn't it? Bodger and Badger. Da 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 da. Hey, mousy, mashed potatoes. We're well old, mate. We're fucking well old.
Very, very old. Very, very old. Loved fucking Bodger and Badger.
Bodger and Badger was cool. It was a badger who loved mashed potato, people. That's all you need to know.
It was, mate. That's it. And it was fucking brilliant. Yeah. Go back. Take me back to them times.
Back
when
in the
simpler.
Days of innocence.
Exactly. I was simple. It was a simple creature.
Sooty and Sweep and Bodger and Badger.
That's it. We won't talk about Rainbow. Because that got a bit dodgy. I'm going to play more Twinker. Get your Twinker out.
Fucking hell. Oh, mate.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
Anyway. Our teen years. Right. Human beings have been growing potatoes from far back as 800 BC. It's before Christ, for those that don't understand what BC is. The early archaeological verified potato tuber, and not gonna question it, remains were found in central Peru at the coastal site of Ancon, dating back to 2500 BC. Potatoes also appear in the Peruvian archaeological records as a design influence for ceramic pottery. How?
Carved out a potato to make a miniature bowl? I don't fucking know.
I've made a potato bowl. Oh,
I'm gonna eat it after I've finished. Like, no fucking washing up, dude. Genius.
Yeah. I might be onto it. We might be onto something. I'm gonna grab a big bag of spuds from fucking the local Asda tomorrow and sort of carve myself some pottery.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure exactly how much food you're gonna be eating because that bowl's gonna be pretty small.
I have to make a lot of bowls.
Anyway.
The ancient populations often made potatoes in the shape of vessels. So you were right. So Walter Raleigh is credited with introducing potatoes to Ireland. So there you go. Potatoes. In 1589. After this, it took us almost 4 decades for the tuber to spread to the rest of Europe. So potatoes weren't in Europe for another 4 decades. So what was that? 1629? Imagine not having the joyous...
Well, no, it says spread to the rest of Europe. So we might be talking like Spain would have had them before this, like Germany. It might have been like the whole
Italy
of Europe.
Just weren't interested.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're like, no, they got their pizza. They're like, nah, we don't want this fucking starchy potato bullshit. We got our pasta. You know, carbohydrates all the fucking way. I would take that's like they're talking about covering all of Europe. It took 4 decades.
I can see that. But I like my mashed potato. Nice. There's a bit of milk in there. Lots of butter.
Okay, so like I'm an asshole.
Oh dear, what are you gonna do?
Because I can't eat people's mashed potato because they never make it good enough for me. I'm a dickhead. When it comes to mashed potato, I'm a first class wanker, right? So I'll tell you right, there is one person who I would eat their mash without any gripe or anything, and that's my old man, my dad. My dad's mash is wicked. He makes it with an egg. And I don't know how else he makes it, but it's fucking awesome. Other than that, my wife's mash I won't touch for 10-foot barge pole.
No way.
So listen to this, right? When my wife, when we have like mashed potato for anything, I have the store-bought frozen mash that you stick in the microwave. And then you stir up because it's creamy, it's yummy, it's nice. My wife's mash, I just don't like. It's lumpy, no matter what my wife does. I just and it's probably everyone else will probably say it's amazing because I'm not even talking about my wife. Like my wife's sister, my wife's mum, like my mum's mash, my sister's mash. Like I just don't like any of it. And there is one.
I met a mashed potato snob before,
mate.
Mate,
I'm really funny with mashed potato. But when we went on holiday, you're talking about like cheese, right? Okay, listen. When we went on our honeymoon, right? We went to the Dominican Republic for our honeymoon, and it was an all-inclusive holiday.
Very nice.
And I had mashed potato for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Literally that mash, because it was obviously like a buffet style. They had like restaurants, had like a steak restaurant, they had a fish restaurant you go to, but the main thing was like a buffet. And every night you had like a few dishes that was always the same, and then they had like a themed thing.
Yeah.
No matter what I fucking had, I had mashed potato. It was the nicest mashed potato. I think it must have been the milk they used. I don't know whether it was like man milk. I don't know.
Probably best not to ask.
What they made it for, but it was the creamiest fucking mashed potato I've ever fucking had. I'm hoping it was like, that maybe the cows graze on different shit, so it's different type of milk, and that's why it was so nice. But I'm
not the sous chef going.
I don't know what it was, but whatever made that mash creamy, I'm all for it. And it was breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I was chowing down on that creamy goodness. My wife, just by the end of it, my wife was like, "For fuck's sake, like he's eating mashed potato again." I was literally by a badger. I'm literally like, "No, mashed potato!"
Running in, going, "Get away from the mash! It's mine!"
It was like it became a running joke. Like we met a few people out there. My friends of them, and they were like, "Oh yeah, mashed potato today." I was like, "Yeah, of course, yeah." 3 square meals a day of fucking mashed potato. It's great. Best time. I was living my best fucking life, mate. I was best fucking life out there.
Catching me with white goodness already.
I didn't have the beard at the time, so it was clean shaven. So
can't even imagine what that looks like. I
got photos.
I'd like to believe that you're more like Chuck Norris, and behind there's just another fist.
Yeah. Oh mate, I heard some fucking great Chuck Norris jokes the other day, but I can't fucking remember them now. Oh, it was great.
Oh right, let's move on to Friday. It's actually the 20th, but I've wrote 13th for some reason.
Yeah, I was looking at that thinking,
my mind.
Like, okay,
I've lost my mind. Obviously, it's National Jeff Day.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
I mean, we would normally slag this day off like Stephen's Day. Fuck you, Stephen.
Sorry, Steve.
Get in the fucking bin, Stevens. Big Steve, sorry, Big Steve, but you still, Big Steve, you didn't fucking give us a viewer question, so get in the fucking bin, Steve.
So you can
get in the bin.
Get in the bin,
exactly.
Mate.
Get in the fucking bin. For some reason, the EA app is opening on my computer. Is someone trying to play FIFA or something? What's going on?
It's luring you in, mate.
Fuck off! Get off my fucking screen. There we go. But Jeff, I like. Very commonly, I will refer to. There are 2 names that I use that cover every human being on the planet, and that's Jeff and Dave. Like if I can't remember people's names, they're either Jeff or they're Dave. Oh yeah, that geezer, Jeff, that guy.
Yeah, Jeff.
Dave. Jeff or Dave.
Jeff or Dave.
My bots in my Discord channel are called Jeff and Dave. Like Jeff and Dave. They're just they're the everyman of the world.
Well, I don't know why everyone sort of goes for Dave and Jeff. I think they're just easy names.
Easy,
to just go
one syllable, job done. Yeah. Boom, Jeff, Dave.
That's it. National Jeff Day is celebrated on every October 20th, apparently. So Jeff gets a big shout out.
Big up
Jeffrey is Jeffrey is the Americanized version of Jeffrey.
Nah, fuck Jeffries. Jeffries can fuck off. Just Jeffs. No Jeffries. Jeffs. One syllable. Jeff.
A German name, a name that means peace of pledge of peace. I did not know that.
Hold the phone. Hold the fucking phone. Also, Jeff, Jeff, not Geoff. We're not going Geoff. Goffrey. Yeah, it's J-double-F. There's rules. There's rules.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna be a little bit of a Jeffrey, the German name for peace.
Yes.
Okay.
Weird.
Well, someone's parents fucking missed the memo, didn't they, when they were naming their fucking little mustachioed child? Fucking hell. Could have called him fucking Jeffrey, you bastards.
No, but they didn't, did you? Called him Adolf.
Bollocks, fucking knobhead twat waffle.
Yeah. Well, we won't talk about World War II. We'll upset the Germans.
Or one.
The
Germans.
The Germans. Right, Jeffrey was a popular mid-century hit, with the nickname Jeff being the pinnacle of cool. Pinnacle of cool.
Pinnacle of cool.
Pinnacle of cool was Jeff. So if you were called Jeff in the, it doesn't tell me when it was. Jeffrey debuted on the pop charts in 1943. Was there pop charts in 1943?
1934. Fuck me. Where did you learn to read?
I don't know. My eyes are going. These are useless. These are just glasses.
Jesus Christ.
I can't read today. 1934. And remained in the top. It must mean top 20. There's no way.
What have you done?
I've done nothing.
Have you copy and pasted this?
I've copy and pasted it.
Right, just to let people in behind the curtain here, guys. Right. So we have a running order, and Jay writes out the running order. I have it on this screen here in front of me. Oh my god, it looks like a fucking toddler's had to go at a keyboard. They just literally fucking bashed the fucking keys, and they've kind of half made some kind of weird ass sentences. What the shit?
Yeah, so the top 20 from the mid 1950s through to 1978. Fuck me, what's going on? I'm reading things back.
Are you having a fucking seizure over there?
I might.
Do I need to send help?
This is a stroke. This might be a stroke.
Fucking hell.
Actors Jeff Bridges and Jeff Daniels, novelist Jeffrey Archer. Why are we mentioning that wanker? And Jeffrey...
you get this next name right. Come on, I believe in you.
Eugene Iddies. I give up. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to stop reading names. I'm just going to stop. And racing car driver Jeff Gordon over a few examples of Jeffrey or Jeff namesakes. I'm going to start fucking any name that I can't pronounce or try to pronounce and can't do it. I'm just going to take it out. I'm just going to Jeff E. Jeff E. and A. He was apparently a Greek.
Should we quickly move on away from the
carnage
that is the Jeff of Day?
I may have fucked up the old calendar news. Well, let's move on to the birthdays of this week, shall we? Surely I can't these names, although there's a lot of fucking names, so maybe. Right, so Wednesday the 18th of October, it is Zac Efron's day. So, otherwise known, Zac Efron is known as Zachary David Alexander Efron. Who needs four names?
That's a mouthful.
Who needs four names? Fucking better known as Zac Efron. Turns 35 this week. He turns 35 on Wednesday. He looks incredible for 35, let me tell you. I'm 39. I'm only 4 years old.
Plastic surgery does for you, dude.
Is it plastic surgery?
Well, there is that thing about his jaw, isn't there? They were there were photos of him before and after, and his jaw is a lot more fucking chiseled. And then apparently come out of the story saying like he fell over, smacked his jaw, and like he almost died or whatever, and had to have reconstructive surgery in his face.
Fallen off.
And it's like it was some convoluted story like that. And there were people like, "Oh my god, Zac Efron nearly died," and it's like, did he, or is that just an excuse?
Didn't he get fat for a role? I'm sure I've seen a picture of him where he's got fat for a role.
Maybe. I know he got obviously jacked for fucking Baywatch and whatnot, didn't he? But I don't know about. He probably did, yeah.
I didn't know, right? Just reading these little notes.
Yeah, I see what's coming up.
in the television show Firefly. Now I love Firefly. It's not where I took my name from,
probably a back.
He must have been someone like he'd have to be a kid,
villager or something in a city they went to, or
because I can't remember him. But then again, I wouldn't know.
It's
him
like Leonardo DiCaprio was in Critters 3 or something like that, or Critters 2. He was in whatever the one where it's in a hotel block. He's in that. It's one of the ones I'll always remember. It's just like fucking hell, he's in that.
That is crazy. But we got a leading role in obviously High School Musical.
My daughter loves it.
Loved by everybody, like just fancied renownedly. Huge success that inspired 2 sequels. Is he in the sequel?
He's in 2. I think he's in 3. I don't know. My daughter's watched all of them. She'd be able to tell you.
No, I wouldn't know.
But she's asleep, so I'm not waking her up to ask her.
Apparently, he quickly shed his Disney-approved image and took on more mature roles, Like the Lucky One, never seen it. Parkland, never seen it. Neighbours.
I've seen that. And Bad Neighbours, wasn't it?
I was going to say, it must be Bad Neighbours. I don't think
it must be. It might be an American to English. How Roadkill with the Paul Walker film is called Joyride in America, but it's called Roadkill over here because obviously joyriding is not what we'd call it over here, is it? No. Like if you steal a car and just go, we don't really call it a joyride.
Now I saw Dirty Grandpa, but I don't remember seeing him in Dirty Grandpa.
Yeah, Dirty Grandpa's with. Oh, hang on. Dirty
Grandpa's what's it called, isn't he?
No, no, he did a Grandpa film with Robert De Niro.
Oh, am I thinking about Bad Grandpa?
Yeah, I think you're thinking of the one with Johnny Knoxville, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, where he's got where he does the shit up the wall in the restaurant.
Yeah,
hilarious. But no, I think Dirty Grandpa is his granddad is his granddad loses his wife. His wife dies. The grandma dies, and then they go on like Zac Efron's about to get married to some absolute twat, and he goes on a road trip with Grandpa, and Grandpa's like a seedy old man and wants to nail Aubrey. I think it's Aubrey Plaza. He's trying to nail Aubrey Plaza. It's a good film. It's funny. It's funny. There's this whole thing about like I think he takes his shirt off, and they have like a fucking push-up competition or something, like Zac Efron versus De Niro. De Niro's actually quite jacked, to be fair.
Fair play to him. He's an old. He's retired. Is he? No, he's not. No, he's not.
No.
He's in that new what's it called film? It's like 3.5 hours long by Scorsese.
The Irishman.
No, the new one.
Oh, new one. I don't know.
Something Flower. The murders of Flower, or the killings in Flower Bed, or something like that.
I'm not sure.
It's coming out to cinema.
The murders at the Flower Bed. What's that? Like fucking the rose attacked the fucking daffodil.
Fine, I'm gonna have to look it up, aren't I? I'm gonna be able to get past this.
It's like, oh no, here comes the fucking murdering dandelions. Fucking hell. Stand back, daffodils. They're coming for you. Gerbers, you better watch out. They don't like you. Fucking hell. The
daffodils can be quite savage.
Chrysanthemums are fucking going on a rampage.
Oh dear. Fucking hell. What's his name? DeVito. No, DeVito.
DeVito? What the fuck?
It's because I watched fucking Haunted Mansion and DeVito's, and he's fucking hilarious. I love DeVito.
Fucking different type of actor, dude.
Robert De Niro. That's what I was after.
Roberto De Niro.
Douchebag. The Killers of Flower Moon is the film I was thinking.
Yep, definitely.
Supposedly, like fucking, another Scorsese film.
Well, I imagine it's gangster, like it's his bread and butter, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's very much about. I think it's like an old Indian village or something, and then all these important people start getting killed. DiCaprio's in it, of course.
The Usual Suspects, right?
Yeah, The Usual Suspects. Yeah. Right. Oh, I've lost my show notes. Yeah. So he's been in loads of things. I mean, he's in The Great Showman, serial killer. I didn't know who serial killer Ted Bundy.
Played Ted Bundy. Because obviously Ted Bundy, the whole thing with Ted Bundy was he lured people in because he was a handsome, charismatic kind of guy, wasn't he?
He ate people, didn't he?
Was he an eater?
Corpses. He was one of them. He was like
he was a wrong un, I know that much. Yeah. But he used his charm and his good looks to disarm and lure.
I'm sure he was a necrophiliac or something weird. Something weird.
They're not fucking normal anyway, serial killers, are they? Let's be honest.
Not, mate. Not. Talking about chiseled jack people, or at least
I thought you were going to say about necrophiliacs. I was like, do not allegedly on this one, because I never heard this story, Jay.
Well, you've not got the inside knowledge. Jean-Claude Van Damme turned 62.
Jean-Claude Van Damme. The muscles from Brussels, mate.
People.
The muscles from Brussels. It's fucking Belgian, you pig.
Yeah, but Jean's a
French
name.
Oh my God, I give up.
It looks French.
I give up. I'm going home. I'm already home. Fuck.
You're staying here. You're finishing the podcast.
Jesus
no matter how bad it gets.
He's not French. He's fucking Belgian, you penis.
He's whatever he wants to be. He turned 62 this week. He was a ballet dancer, wasn't he? Ballet dancer?
If you say so, dude.
I'm sure
French.
He was a ballet dancer.
He's fucking probably a truck driver for all you fucking know. Jesus Christ.
His films have inspired.
I don't know if he was a
artists.
ballet dancer, but I know he is. I've seen him in interviews where he said about dance helped him with his balance and everything, which helped him with his martial arts.
Sure,
there is a
was
big
like
argument. There is not an argument. There is a big question mark whether he's actually like a proper, like a competitive martial artist, because if you look at like there's some sketchy shit with like tournaments and fights he's actually had. And yeah, I mean, legitimately, he is obviously a martial artist in terms of, like, he has trained, he's done the belt, he's gone through whatever discipline in martial arts he fights. But it's, on the level of being an actual, like, competitive martial artist, I don't really know.
I mean, it was a long time ago where I heard that he'd been a ballet dancer. And one of those things that, when you talk about it down
it makes sense because obviously it helps with movement, balance, and everything like that. And it can only make you. It's like Lomachenko, who's a boxer. His dad is a Ukrainian boxer. His dad took him out of boxing for 4 years and made him learn Ukrainian dance. And and this guy was like he had like 300 amateur fights, and then in his second fight, professional fight, he fought for a world title. Like the guy's like on another fucking level. They call him the Matrix and they're literally, I've never seen so many people quit on the stool. Like, and he was pretty much known for like no massing people. No mass is a Roberto Durant thing. It was like he used to make people quit on the stool, and it was called no mass, which means no more. People would say like no more on the stool.
Not doing any more of this.
And obviously Loma made like at least 3 or 4 people quit on the stool, which is like not really heard of. We're not talking about corners throwing the towel, and we're talking boxers going, I fucking want no more of this.
Nope,
I'm done. I'm fucking
He's
done.
He's gonna kill me.
And we're talking, and we're not talking like come up fights. We're talking world title opponents that he is making quit on the stool. It's like mad. The guy was awesome.
How long ago was this? Many
No, he still fights now. He still fights now. Vasily Lomachenko still fights now. Him and Alexander Usyk are like the 2 Ukrainian like superstars of boxing.
Fucking sound brutal. Brutal. But Jean-Claude Van Damme inspired countless martial arts artists all across the world. When Muay Thai or kickboxing,
Muay Thai, fucking hell.
Muay Thai, fucking hell. Corrected left, right, and centre. I'm going to let him run the pod next time. I give a shit. Acquired prominence in the martial arts world. Van Damme brought these martial arts techniques to the forefront and used them in his films, such as Bloodsport, Kickboxer were worldwide hits and undoubtedly spawned a new generation of martial artists. And I suppose it did, really, when you think about it. You didn't really see loads of them sort of films, did you? I mean, there was martial arts in films. You'd never really see it outside Japan and Kung Fu and Wing Chun.
I'm just trying to think, like... Yeah, I suppose. I don't like. I mean, you've always got like American Ninja and stuff that was like late 70s, early 80s, Action Jackson and stuff like that. But yeah, probably, maybe. I wouldn't say he's like the pioneer. I'd say he's one of a collection.
I wouldn't say.
Hang on a minute. Chuck Norris, like, is older. Like Chuck Norris was in Chuck Norris was in like fucking like movies with fucking Bruce Lee. Maybe like so from a
kicked by Bruce Lee.
Yeah, well, I mean, apparently on film he might have been. In real life, I don't think he was.
Still reminds me of Once Upon a Time in fucking Hollywood when he fights that kid and just throws him into a car.
My hands are registered as lethal weapons. If I kill you, I go to prison. Well, of course, mate. It's fucking manslaughter, you dickhead. Fucking hell.
I do actually really
enjoy
that film.
It's such a great film. I mean, he painted Bruce Lee like a cunt, but it's still hilarious. I would say he's on a list of people who expanded the
art form.
The martial art form.
So many martial artists have been inspired by his distinctive karate kick with the 360-degree leap.
It's the most illogical kick in the world because I bet it's so easy to defend against.
Watch it fucking come for 5 years.
I watch a lot of MMA. I've never, ever seen anyone like... I've seen a Rolling Thunder kick, but that's not this kick. I've never seen anyone do this kick in real life and win a fight with it. So...
Well, I suppose what it is it's probably good on film.
Well, of course, it looks spectacular. He's almost doing the splits in fucking midair and kicking someone in the face. Like, he's 6 feet off the ground, mate. It's like...
Really, really...
I don't know if this is fucking, like, you know, physically possible. Like, the laws of gravity might make this quite difficult, because he's a small guy. And did you know, as well, obviously, the original Predator?
He played the original Predator.
Yeah, so the first Predator with Jean-Claude Van Damme, with Arnie, he was the original Predator, and then it was like, hang on a minute, we've got a midget on screen as the Predator. This does not look like an all-assuming thing, so we'll get in this giant 7-foot dude instead.
Yeah, which makes much more sense because he's terrifying.
Yeah,
because if anyone's ever seen a 7-foot guy,
well, you've got Arnold Schwarzenegger, who's like got to be all of 6'4", I would say, and absolute muscles popping out of his fucking eyeballs. Or maybe 6 foot. I just like to exaggerate.
You do.
At least I can fucking say the names right. Anyway,
it's true. He's I'm gonna lie.
So he's got, you know, his fucking eyelids have got muscles. So, and then you've got this small diminutive Predator. You're like. Back in the day, where bigger is better. Like, if you look at wrestling from back in the day, it was like, if you've got the muscles, you are the big guy, you sell the show. The same with in movies, like big. When you think of take kickboxing. We'll go back to Jean-Claude Van Damme. Like, the main guy he fights, which is like, what's his name? I can't think of his name. I'm going to have to look it up. But
man looks think.
Yeah, the main guy he fights, like the end of Kickboxer, he's fucking huge. He's built like a fucking monster. He's like Johnny Bravo, like really wide fucking shoulders. And it begins with a B, I'm sure it does. But yes, it was like, and always the bad guy was always big and menacing, and you know,
massive.
And so it makes sense that they wouldn't really want a little guy.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
Bolo Yang.
Bolo Yang. He's been in other stuff, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's in loads of stuff. Massive geezer. So it makes a lot of sense to not want to go with the small diminutive guy.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I suppose he doesn't like a David versus Goliath style story as well.
Well, that's ultimately what Predator is, isn't it? In a roundabout way. But in a way, it actually makes what Jean-Claude Van Damme even more impressive, because he managed to ditch that. Yes, I know he had muscles upon muscles. Sylvester Stallone's a little bit the same, isn't he? Like, smaller guy. Yeah. Like, they managed to shed that thing of being the big like thingy. They're still muscle bound, but they're not like the giant men. And yeah, it's cool.
I wonder what Andre the Giant would have looked like if he was massive.
Andre the Giant, mate, slow, cumbersome.
Oh, yeah, but what if he was muscly, is what I'm saying. In an alternate universe.
Still slow and cumbersome. Like, he's got, I imagine he's like got some form of gigantism or something.
Oh, he must.
Because that geezer's fucking hands were ridiculous. Like, I reckon that he could wrap his whole hand around my head and squeeze it like a melon squish.
I heard that he drank normally about 100
copious amounts.
24 pints.
Yeah, something fucking ridiculous. Mate, imagine the shits that fucker took.
Oh, mate.
Mate, like...
He used to drink like 3 bottles of wine when he was putting down.
So our friend Laura obviously likes her horses, and she mucks out stables constantly. The fucking shovel that I like, that you've seen people that muck out stables, I reckon he's like, what toilet would take his dumps? Man, fucking...
I wonder if he had he must, I mean, at his height, I wonder if he had a special toilet.
Of course he fucking did. It's like... They cut and shut 2 fucking toilets together. It was like, fucking hell. Yeah, no. He literally had 3 toilets, 1 for each arse cheek and 1 for the hole.
Can you imagine?
Imagine growing up. Mate, his mum. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. Split her up. I mean, like, not going there.
It's very annoying.
It's like, oh my God, I've just given birth to a 12-year-old. Comes out like, fucking hell. Look at him. Jesus.
Oh, what the fuck? He's got a full head of hair.
Right, let's move on. Move on.
Right, moving on to Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry, known as the father of rock and roll, otherwise known as, his real name is Charles Edward Anderson Berry. Everyone's with these 4 names. Yeah, everyone's got 4 names on this day. Pompous. Maybe the fucking 18th of October is when you just give your kid 4. Popularly known as Chuck Berry, was born on October 18th, 1926. It's almost 100 years ago. He would have turned 97 this week. He was an American singer, composer, and guitarist who helped pioneer rock and roll music. He was dubbed the father of rock and roll, as previously stated, for refining and growing the rhythm and blues into the fundamental ingredients that made rock and roll distinctive. It was reflected in his songs like Maybelline, that's it, Maybelline, maybe it's Maybelline, no. Roll Over Beethoven, Rock and Roll Music, and Johnny Be Good.
Johnny Be Good.
Johnny Be Good. Fucking great song.
Mm-hmm.
Berry influenced later rock music by composing songs about adolescence and materialism, as well as establishing a music style that stressed guitar showmanship. On his 90th birthday, he announced his release of his final studio album. Fucking still recording music up to fucking 89.
Yeah, man.
Crazy. That's a crazy amount. Final studio album would have been called Chuck, but unfortunately he died before the album was released in June 2017. On March 18th, 2017, Berry died of a heart attack at his home in Wentzville, Missouri, leaving 4 children.
Oh, wow. 4 children and a wife. Wow.
That's a long time to be making music. not 89 years. I mean, 89. At 89, mate, I'd just be going to go, I'm done here. I think I'm fucking done here.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this anymore. This is crazy. What's going on? Mental. Yeah, so Chuck Berry. Do you know much about Chuck Berry? Listen to
only the kind of songs you mentioned there. It's like it's a little bit outside my era, to be honest.
Yeah.
But
I put him on because, again, father of rock and roll.
Once again, like I say, once again, you look at, like, he's the kind of person, like we talk about, like the Beatles and stuff, like those kind of people were pioneers for the people that we listen to today. So, yeah, definitely an appreciation there.
Well, happy birthday from the grave, I suppose, old Chuck. Right, moving on to Friday the 20th of October. Got the date right this time. Woohoo! Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Doggy Dog. Yep. Love bit of Snoop.
So I'm going to fuck this name up as well. Calvin Cordoza Brodus Jr.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Brodus?
No, Brodus seems right. Cordazar. Cordazar, I would say, rather than Cordoza. I'd say Cordazar. But it could be either or.
Yeah. I should really look this stuff up before I do it.
Mate,
I have to remember to do that.
Legend.
Yes, he is a legend. Obviously, he's professionally known as Snoop Dogg. He turns 51, still smoking weed. Loves it.
Streams as well. Streams Call of Duty and stuff, doesn't he? Yeah.
Me and TJ played COD today.
Yeah, it looks
like I might be getting a love for it.
Might be getting back into the Modern Warfare. Let's go.
Let's go. He is an American rapper, songwriter, media personality, actor, and entrepreneur. He became one of the best-known figures in gangster rap in the 1990s and was, for many, the epitome of West Coast hip-hop culture.
The epitome. The epitome, Jay.
Oh, yes, epitome.
Epitome?
I'm fucking too tired to be doing this at fucking 1:45.
Well, anyway, moving on.
Dr. Dre's initial solo single, Deep Cover, and later Dre's solo album, The Chronic.
The Chronic is a fucking classic album.
It's a quality album. Catapulted him into popularity in 1992. His popularity did not diminish over the years and has sold more than 23 million records in the US and 35 million globally.
Changed his name briefly to Snoop Lion as well at some really weird thing that went on with him, like Snoop Lion but yeah, Snoop's great. Snoop's done talk about a guy who, like, he's got his lane. Like like Snoop Dogg, you know, like people like change themselves up to be like I want to expand myself, so I'll change my persona a little bit and to form into to get in this. Fucker stayed exactly the same, iconic as he is, but managed to like traverse into. He did a cooking show with Martha Stewart.
No way.
The geezer's got a cooking show with Martha fucking Stewart. The jailbird Martha Stewart, I may add. Yeah. But still, Martha fucking Stewart. He was on... So the UFC did this thing when they did like Dana White's Contender Series, which is like every Tuesday night, prospects who want to come into the UFC who have got like some kind of record, they'll fight, and if they fight well enough, Dana White might give them a contract to join the UFC. Right. He did like co-commentary, like, you know, like when you could listen to like whatever sport it was, and they'd have like the main commentary, but you could choose to listen to radio commentary or whatever over the top. Well, this was kind of it. So you had your main commentators doing Dana White's Contender Series, but then you also had like you could listen to Snoop and Uriah Faber. Now Uriah Faber is a former UFC fighter. Right. Really good fighter, California kid. And you'd have Snoop in there, and Snoop would literally be just smoking fucking from like day dot. And there's this great scene where there's this young fighter who is now the bantamweight champion, Sean O'Malley. And Sean O'Malley comes in, he's white, he's got this fucking curly fro that's fucking hilarious. It just wobbles around, all tattooed up, looks like a fucking twig. He's so fucking skinny. Knocks this geezer out, and Snoop's just there going, O'Malley! 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 He's like in a puff of fucking smoke and everything. It's fucking
green
great.
haze.
It's absolutely fantastic. Like he's fucking hilarious. I love Snoop.
Yeah, he is. Like, honestly, when you think gangster rap, you do think Snoop. But
Snoop,
not only
Dre,
that,
yeah,
right, all those. I mean, very much West Coast. I mean, I was always, I suppose, a bit more West Coast than I was East Coast.
Yeah,
you know, like fucking California Love and all that fucking stuff.
The Chronic was an album which was very much like a mainstay in my childhood growing up. You know, a fucking brilliant album.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% agree. Moving on to Mr. John Krasinski. Can't speak. I give up. I'm stopping.
Krasinski.
Stopping, kids.
Krasinski, John Krasinski.
You know, I've been saying it all day when I was fucking writing up these notes, saying it right. It's just
you're getting in your head. You're getting in your head, man.
I'm into my head about it. That's it. John Krasinski, an American film and actor, film and television actor, born on October 20th, 1970. He is best known for his sardonic. Why am I reading this wrong?
No, I would say sardonic is the right word.
Yeah, sardonic?
I don't even know what that means, but yeah.
No. Sardonic, nice guy, Jim Harper. That's Harper.
Halpert.
I never watched it. You know,
brilliant. Love it.
I'm honing my hands up in it. Never watched it.
Mate, The American Office is absolutely fantastic. I love it. It's for me better than the English. It is probably the one.
It seemed like it. It seemed in all the clips I see.
It's along with Friends. I've watched The Office more than I've seen Friends. So I would say I've seen Friends from start to finish, like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah,
I'd say I've seen The Office probably 5 or 6 times. I get in this thing where if I'll start, if it's really like if The Office comes on and I start watching it, it could be any episode, anything I like, and if a couple of episodes, I'll end up going, oh, I've got to watch fucking Office now, and then I'll go through for the next couple of weeks and I'll literally binge like The Office season 1 to 9, 1 to 10, whatever it is, I can't remember now, like 20 odd episodes a season when it got into its main, and you're like, I just love it. I think it's great, it's brilliant, and it never really gets old for me.
Yeah, that's. I've told you before. I spoke to you about It's Only Sunny. Always does.
Yeah,
that
I think because I found David Brent, like Ricky Gervais is great. I love Ricky Gervais, but David Brent I found like an annoying twat. Whereas Michael Scott, who is played by Steve Carell, I act like he's a bumbling idiot, but he's a lovable bumbling idiot. And once again, John Krasinski's character, Jim Halpert, and his relationship with Pam and his relationship with Dwight Schrute. So Dwight Schrute is the what's Mackenzie Crook's character in the English Office? Like, you know, the blonde-haired, whatever his name is, I don't know. And Martin Freeman obviously plays. So pretty much Martin Freeman is Jim Halpert's character, John Krasinski's character. Rainn Wilson, who is Dwight Schrute, is Mackenzie Crook's character. Is his name? Yeah. I can't remember. It doesn't matter what his name was.
Fine, we'll look it up.
And then obviously you've got the receptionist, Pam. I don't know what the receptionist was in the English Office. But the dynamic is so much better, I think, in the English Office, in the American Office, than the... and the characters are just so much better, in my opinion.
Gareth Keenan.
Gareth, that was it. Gareth, yeah. And I found David Brent just annoying and he grated on me, whereas Michael Scott is fantastic. And like I say, the rest of the characters I just find them more relatable and entertaining. Much prefer.
Yeah, I can totally, like I say, I never got into the English Office, and so when the American Office sort of came out, it just passed me by. Everyone that I know, anyone that's ever watched The Office, always tells me that they watch, and it's on fucking Netflix or it's on something, and I'm always like, I should watch this, but then I'm like, when I go to bed, and I tend to watch things when I'm going to sleep, I'm like, I don't want to watch comedy because if I get into comedy, I'm just going to be laughing. I'm just going to go, fucking shut up. So I tend to not watch comedy. I tend to watch either something I've seen a million times, my eyes. And if I was to put like, say, I put The Office on now, I'd watch like the first season because I'd just sit here and just zombie out on it. I mean, it was harder when I used to smoke, but like now it's a bit easier because I can go, I am tired. I just want to sleep. But when you're smoking weed, it doesn't. Time just evaporates like that. He's also known, obviously, he's known for The Office. He's won a Screen Actors Guild Award or the SAG Award for outstanding performance by an ensemble in a comedy series in 2007-2008. Krasinski also wrote, directed, and starred in A Quiet Place. He's in 1, 2. Don't know if he'll be in 3. I'm not sure if he's directing the 3rd one, but he has wrote all 3 of them, or at least done the screenplay on all. So I don't know where they're going to go in A Quiet Place 3. Have you seen 1 and 2?
I've seen 1 and 2. Really enjoyed 1 and 2. I don't know where 3 goes. But they're good films. Different than usual. The whole like scene in the bathtub in the first film is like amazing with Emily Blunt. Just really, really, and like you kind of. There's obviously that animosity, like if you know the film, what happens at the start of the film and what happens to one of the family members, and like you kind of feel that, like you kind of get Regan's, like the John Krasinski's character, like the resentment that she feels that he has towards her for certain things that have happened. But the way it plays out in the end, when you realise like what the dad was doing and everything, like you know, it's just a really, really good film. I really, really
well
enjoy
put
it.
together, very well put together. Right. Yeah. He's also in that Jack Ryan series, which I've tried to watch a couple of times and I've not watched.
Yeah, on Amazon.
Yeah, because it's another one of the Tom Clancy stuff, isn't it? So those who like Tom Clancy books will know Jack Ryan. I think didn't Ben Affleck play him in?
Ben Affleck was some of the no. Clear and Presentation's Harrison Ford, isn't it?
Right. That's
Some of All Fears is Ben Affleck with Ben Affleck and Morgan Freeman's in it as well.
Morgan Freeman, yeah, good film.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. Yeah.
Moving on, it is Viggo Mortensen.
Viggo Mortensen.
That's it. He turned 64 this Friday. He's an actor, director, writer, musician, multimedia artist. But Viggo doesn't sound like a very American. I wonder his parents.
No, he's got to have like what, maybe Romanian, maybe. Well, it could be multiple countries actually.
It could be
Viggo from like it sounds like very Baltic.
Bolivia or
no, Bolivia's not. Bolivia's
South
South
reason
America.
I say that is because of
Bolivia's
Viggo
South America.
Viggo from
Ghostbusters
2. Yeah, that's why I say that. He made his debut in 1985. He carved out a name for himself in significant movie roles. He did several notable movies in don't know him from. Before being cast, I mean, this is the one I know him from.
Well, Jackson, this is where he made his name, isn't it? Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, but apparently he was in films in the 90s, but I can't think of any films that he'd been in them. But then again, I suppose he must have been...
Your breakout role, isn't it? Your breakout
role. He's got to be a break role.
I mean...
Yeah, I can't think... I mean, he's got a number of accolades, including 3 Academy Awards, and 4 Golden Globe Awards. Man, Jesus Christ. Didn't he do The Gardener or something? I'm sure there's a
he did. What was the book that Rich loves? The post-apocalyptic one. What's that? The Road. That's what it's called.
The Road. Yes.
It was in The Road. So let's have a look. History of Violence. That's a great film.
Yeah, that is a good film.
So before the Lord of the Rings. Okay. Yeah, no, I remember now. Okay, so he was in Michael Douglas, A Perfect Murder. So he was the lover of Gwyneth Paltrow, because obviously he was married to Gwyneth Paltrow, and she was having an affair because he was an artist. Viggo Mortensen was an artist, and then he kind of paid her to. He was going to pay Viggo to kill her, wasn't he?
Yes.
G.I. Jane. Oh, do you remember iconic scene in G.I. Of course, and G.I. Jane is so, because we're going to come to it. Yeah. So in G.I. Jane, do you remember when she has she's trying to fit in with because she's the first female in the military essentially, and in like the SEALs, I think it is, or whatever. And she fights her chief. Her Master Chief, and they have that big fight, punch up, and he thinks she's done. She steps up, is that all you fucking got, and whatnot. And then at the end of the fight, it's the iconic line, like he's like fucking pissing blood out of his face, and whatnot. And she turns around to him and says, "Oh, Master Chief," and he's like, "What?" And she's like, "Suck my dick," is what she said to him. And then it kind of like all of the rest of the crew, if you want, the platoon are all like, "Whoa!" And it kind of like enamors her to the rest of the group. It's a pivotal moment in the film. It's just that bit where she goes, "Oh, suck my dick," and yeah, he plays, and he's got like this really dodgy moustache. I remember him in that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, another one. It was in Daylight. Okay, so in Daylight,
Daylight's an old
Sly Stallone film. I remember it as well. So they have the collapse of the tunnel, and he's like this X Games kind of guy. You know, he's an extreme sports guy, and he's got his own brand, and he's going to film himself escaping, and he goes up a shaft, and the shaft collapses on him quite early in the film. See now that I've seen these things, I know everything that he's been in.
See, I can't remember. I couldn't remember. Without you telling me those, I wouldn't remember the fucking.
Apparently, Young Guns 2. I don't remember him in that. It was in Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3.
No way.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I've seen that one.
No, that was in 1990.
Okay, now so he's been in a lot.
Mm.
But I don't really recognize. I suppose that's the problem, isn't it? I'd only really recognize after Lord of the Rings.
I was in Witness. Witness was a great film, 1985. Harrison Ford. Amish kid witnesses a murder, then he obviously Harrison Ford's like the detective or whatever that's assigned to protect him, while the mob or mafia or whoever come after the kid. It's a good film.
I forget sometimes that Harrison Ford was quite the action hero back. Aside from the Han Solo.
Well, and Indy,
yes, obviously. He's not so much the action hero in the new Indy, say. But
I
then
watched
again,
it.
he's
I watched it. It's,
odd.
Yeah, it's like
I tend to find that like the young face is okay. It's not the best in the world, but it's okay. But they kept his old voice, and I was a bit like.
I found with Indy, as I said to you and I said to Laura, like my problem with Indiana Jones is. Every film is rinse and repeat. It's literally they have. It's a problem with Hollywood once again. It's like, okay, what is an Indiana Jones film? Okay, there is archaeologists and bad guys looking for an artifact. Artifact has like some kind of mystical, spiritual power. Yeah. Essentially, Indy will find it. He will lose it. He will then chase it down. The bad guys will essentially use the power or start to think of the power. He saves the day. Rinse and repeat. It's the same movie over and over again, which is essentially the same with James Bond. It's the same with Mission Impossible. It's just changed the narrative of the device that's going to destroy the world.
I mean, ultimately, it's a system that works.
Yeah, exactly. But the problem is, and I think we're teetering on it now. Like the problem with Indy is, like Crystal Skull was crap.
Yeah.
And I get what they were trying to do with Crystal Skull. They were like, we can restart the franchise. With what was his son's name? It was Shia LaBeouf, but it was like
oh, he's got a real weird name,
like Mud or Mutt, or like it's
Mutt,
like,
wasn't it?
Mutt. That's it, Mutt. Yes. So obviously, it's like we're gonna we'll be able to restart this franchise with Shia LaBeouf.
Yes,
fell on fucking like real bad. Yeah, it was
Shia
terrible.
LaBeouf started walking around with a bag on.
Well, not just him, but the film was generally shit. And then obviously, but they're like, we'll make another one with him now. He's fucking old as shit, and he's still got to fight people. Don't make any fucking sense. But it's a similar thing that's coming up with, at least with like James Bond. James Bond is a number. Like it's the name isn't.
It's a code name.
It's a code name.
You can just go to
anyone can be 007. Everyone can be James Bond. You're just the highest level MI5 agent, MI6 agent, whatever. But Mission Impossible are hitting that same thing now because you're like, they've got Dead Reckoning Part 1 and Part 2. How much longer is it going to be believable that Tom Cruise, as he enters his 60s, is going to be able to do the things that the world super spy would be able to do? You know,
Well, I don't know why you don't just recast. Now I know everyone goes, "Oh,
they're not going to
we
recast
need
Mission
to
Impossible
sell."
because Tom Cruise fucking owns the franchise. Essentially,
Well,
he's not gonna thingy that, is he? He's not gonna give that up. But
that's what I would have
Ethan
done
Hunt
with
isn't a code name. Ethan Hunt is an actual person. That's the problem.
But that's what I would have done that with Indiana. I'd have gone, well, look. If we want to keep the indie films going, great, that's fine. But we can't put a geriatric man.
I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can do it.
It didn't work with Solo, did it? They changed fucking.
Yeah, but
Solo.
you couldn't have. Yeah, but Solo was an origin film. So he was like 20. You can't have fucking wrinkly old Harrison at fucking. And like, I don't care what you say. The CGI is not great. Like, if you watch Tron, okay, so watch Tron and you see young Jeff Bridges.
Yeah.
It's like, it's really obvious. It's CGI, really, because he plays Clue, doesn't he? So,
he does,
and you're like, oh, this is you as Clue, because obviously Clue's not going to age, because Clue is a digital version of him. He's a program essentially, and so you're like. Yeah, it does, but it kind of passes because it is also a digital version of him, so it kind of works in the world essentially. Other than the fact that everyone else is a real person, like, but they are programs. So the girl, I can't remember what Olivia Wilde's character is, Michael Sheen's character. They're all actual people. But yeah, I don't. Indiana Jones doesn't sell if you put Zac Efron in the role.
But he can't be the next. I mean, if they're going to continue,
they're not. It's done. It's done now. It's done. It's got to be done.
I reckon 10 years you might see another.
When he's fucking 90.
Yeah, but he's.
Hang on, give me his frame out. I'm coming for you, you German bastards.
I'm saying if you want to continue doing anything with Indiana Jones, you've got to recast. If you're going to do another film,
you just kill him. He's dead. He's died of heart attack. All right, he's died of old age. Simple. Job done. You might find they go with what's her name? I can't think of her name.
The one who just played
the friend's daughter. That might be their avenue to keeping it, because she's like that kind of roguish, thief, like interesting character. Very, very one-linerish. Very, I could
personally, I'd like him to just carry on with the Uncharted.
Personally, yeah, I'd just like them to end fucking Indiana Jones and just Uncharted. Nathan Drake's a much better story.
Just money, and Disney don't like
to give up the and Uncharted didn't do gangbusters.
Yeah, it's a shame because I actually really quite enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it.
Amazing, but I enjoyed it.
It's Tom Holland and Mark Wahlberg work quite well together as Sully and Nathan Drake. So
I'd like to see it. Right, from that onto the entertainment news.
Indeed. Taking us long enough, but we're finally there.
TJ's favourite person's in the news again.
Oh my God!
Loves this girl.
Mate.
He loves her.
Oh, if ever
this is just a joke.
If ever someone could get run over by a bus.
Yeah, this is just. The thing is, and here's my right. Let's cut to the story. So Jada Pinkett and Will, reportedly, they have actually been separated for 7 years. Now, to put into context, that means that when this happened. I just realised that didn't work.
No.
But it's the infamous slap seen around the world is what I mean. Is when Will went up and slapped fucking Chris Rock, it means that he wasn't actually protecting his wife's honour.
No.
He was trying to win her favour.
Yeah. It should have been keep my no longer wife, but like I am a cuck to her, so I need to protect her honour's name. Out your mouth. I mean, I would have much. If he'd have said that, I'd have a lot more respect for him. That's for a start, and it kind of makes you realise a little bit more why he slapped her, because like this guy's got so much pent up thing in there that this absolute fucking twat waffle of epic proportions has ruined his fucking life. Let's not fucking beat around the bush, right? Jada Pinkett Smith is a horrible narcissistic piece of work, right?
I want to say it, but she's a cunt.
And cunt's gonna cunt, right? Because she systematically has broken that man down. Everything that she has done, it seems, especially over this last 6 years, has just been for her own self-gain. Fuck everyone else. Like, it's...
Won't even give the man a fucking divorce. Won't even let the man be divorced.
Mate, it's... Right, she turns around. So she was asked in the interview, wasn't she? Like, literally, why not just amicably divorce? Why not just do that? She replied, "We don't want to. We love our family. We love each other. You know, it's more of a life partnership now. 10 years from now, who knows? You just want dick from other people, and so this is your way around it." And
you
also, you 100% know, right, I'm sorry, but you are riding the fucking coattails because your husband is the star. You are, like, if you divorce him, you become Will's ex-wife.
Exactly.
That is what you're famous for. You are not Jada Pinkett Smith, you're Will Smith's ex.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that you sat there on your fucking own show, on our own, what's it called? The fucking
Red Table
Talk
Talks or Red Table Diaries or Red fucking... Who has a fucking Red Table?
Red Table. I mean, to do what you did, which is basically just tell your husband that, I'm banging our fucking son's mate. And then to just break that man. He was broken, right? You see him, he's fighting back tears. Because he clearly loves her. He's been indoctrinated in the cult, I guess. I don't know. Just fucking to see him, like, just completely, you're dressing like that you're banging someone else in 2020, knowing that you're not even living together. You're basically just dressing him down, and then telling the world on one hand, going, no, we're a power couple, we're a happy couple, but I'm allowed to just go and cheat. Whereas what you won't do is give him the fucking pleasure of just going, we're over. You keep him on a fucking string, just fucking dragging him along, and it's fucking horrendous. And then he goes to the fucking 2020 Academy Awards, slaps a guy in basically your name, and then she said, I think it was in the interview, I'm trying to just find it now in the notes, that she was shocked. She thought it was a joke. She thought it was a skit. She thought it was a fucking skit that he was doing. I was like, fuck off. Everyone saw how you looked at him. Everyone saw how you looked at him. You're just trying to cover your arse because you've got a fucking book coming out and you're hoping that no one's just going to fucking go, get in the fucking bin with your book. Right? Get you in the bin. Get in the bin. Get in the bin. Fucking never known such a horrible, horrible, manipulative bastard in my entire life. I don't know what else I can say about it because we've just consistently criticised her. And to a point when this came out, I thought, this has got to be a fucking joke, right?
I mean, like, it's interesting. It's interesting, right, that in today's day and age, that we don't know about this already. Because she openly admitted they live separately. But I don't know if she was asked, do they live separately in the same house? Or do they, like...
I think he's moved out. I'm sure.
Because, my way is like... do they still sleep with each other? Are they still sexually active? If not, like, has he been celibate for the last 6 years? How are we not hearing women saying, I've slept with Will Smith in the news?
I don't think he is.
That's what I mean. Like, this is
indoctrinated into the cult.
This is like the cult of Jada's pussy.
Jada's pussy. Clearly, it's golden.
Like,
or something
it's magical, mate. I don't get it, like how we didn't already know about this. And also, you wonder, this is everything she does for me, it's self-serving for her, right? It's not 100%. What's best for us, for the family.
Or even the family.
It's what's self-serving for Jada. Yeah. And obviously, so this is to promote a book. Or whatever it is. Is it a book that she's got coming out?
Yeah, she's got a book coming out.
What's it called?
People apparently still read books.
How to be a twat waffle all your life.
Yeah.
Worthy. It's called Worthy. Fuck off.
Fucking
Worthy.
Oh,
mate. Worthy of a fucking slap.
Get in the bin.
Oh,
fucking
mate.
hell.
But yeah, like... no, right. I don't mean to sound funny, and I know... It makes you understand a little bit more what behind the scenes life in the Smith household. Jaden wanted to be emancipated at whatever age. Like, he wanted to get as far away from his parents as fucking possible. Like, and we're all like, he's a little bit weird, isn't he? You kind of understand why now.
Yeah.
Like,
because it must have been chaos. I mean, this has been going on, 7 years? So I can't even imagine what the day-to-day life.
And the leading up to it as well must have been like just fucking odd.
A lot of people say she just hasn't got over Tupac, isn't that the thing?
Well, no, yeah. Apparently, she openly admits like she has one true love, or her first true love that will never die is for Tupac, and like she said it into Will's face. She's like, and Will's just like, yeah, I know, yeah. And you're just like, I mean, I get it. I get it. Obviously, like he died. And so there's no closure there from a relationship standpoint. I don't know if they were actually together when Tupac died.
I don't know.
But obviously, like, Tupac's no longer here. So that love will always be eternal because you can't have any closure. When, you know, like, you can't fall out of someone who's no longer, well, you can, but you know what I mean? Like, they're always going to have that place in your heart. And I do understand that, and I do get that. But to throw that in your, as we thought at the time, husband's face, but like you will never like reach the levels that this man was to me. Like you will always play second fiddle to this man. That's emasculating in itself. Coming from a male perspective here, like if my wife turned around to me and said that like a previous boyfriend or whatever, before we get to you never like match up to him. There. That's like a fucking. I'll be like, brilliant. Give me a complex. This. That I would constantly be second guessing everything. Like, well, hang on, am I doing this right? Am I like it's like, do you know what I mean? And everything she does, like I say, it's self-serving, and I feel that she's this, like. She is, you know, like there's that thing, isn't there, about like treat them mean, keep them keen, put them down, and they'll come back wanting more. She's like and it's very much a male trait. Like you see it a lot. Like this, you've seen these fucking horrible wankers that do like, like a bit like an Andrew Tate type of person. It's like, you need to be like the dominating macho man. You need to show them who's boss and blah, blah, blah. She's like the female equivalent of it in terms of like, I will shit on you at every level.
Yeah.
And keep you subservient to me at all costs. And everything she does seems to be to emasculate, to put down, to keep herself power, like the power dynamic. She's here, you're underneath me. Almost like she's like a dominatrix type figure in the relationship. It's like, no. I am head honcho. You are beneath me, and you will always be beneath me, no matter what you reach status level in your career or whatever. That's what it comes across to me when you hear her talk. Like there is a video, I think I told you about it before. She's literally filming, like she's got her phone out and she's like, oh yeah, fucking whatever she calls her thing, like we're doing this today, and Will just like in the background, she's like, oh, here's fucking Will, and he's like, oh, like can you not film me today, please, and everything, and she's like, oh, he's clowning, he's being all stupid, and he's like, no, like I have an image to uphold and bits and pieces, I don't want to be seen while you're talking about this and doing what, and then she literally just puts her hand up to his face and just like pushes his face away, and she's on camera, and I'm just like, I watched that video and it came out just after the slap, like, and it was just like, the guy has just been completely broken down, emasculated, and like his self-worth is in the bin, it seems.
Yeah.
And then to not be married to this person, to have a facade of a marriage to this person for so long, and then to go to the awards night when you might like. Inside,
and it's his night.
Well, this is what I'm just about to say.
Like, his night.
Insider trading, Will must have known there's a very fucking high chance that he's going to win the Oscar, right?
Yeah.
Because insider, like I say, insider trading, insider Hollywood, people talk. So you kind of have a rough idea. Like you will maybe one other person out of the 6 nominees are going to get it. You know,
you're high on the list. You're high on the list.
So for him to take that moment and like fucking a nothing joke, satire, come on, fuck you. If you can't take it, you shouldn't be a fucking...
2 joke, as it was. A G.I. Jane 2 joke.
Like, oh, I've got alopecia. Fuck off. Like, you know, you've got people making fun of fucking everything and anything. And like, you've got alopecia, which like... hasn't really affected you that much by the looks of it. I mean,
it's terrible if you're a female.
I can't say that because I don't know how it's affected it. But anyway, so I shouldn't say that, and I'll take that back. I apologise. But like, a throwaway joke like that, Will laughs, and then she does that, and like pulls the lip and the face, and Will sees that, and he's like, oh fuck. And I wonder if Will's caught in two minds. Like, if I just sit here, I've been caught on camera laughing, or they might see me laugh, and I do nothing now, and she's done that. I'm going to be on Red Table 2 tomorrow, but also I look like I'm not supporting my wife, even though she's not my fucking wife. So now I've got to do this over-the-top grand gesture, which just comes across like you're an absolute arsehole. You know, assaulting someone live on fucking television for a fucking joke. Seriously. Hopefully, go on.
I was going to say, and then to turn around on this interview and to say like, "Oh, I didn't even think it was real. I thought it was going to be a skit."
Like, that's her fucking trying to like get out of like, it wasn't my fault.
Damage control.
It wasn't my fault that Will done that. I just hope what we get from this is that Will Smith's like, "Oh, cool, fuck you, divorce papers. See you later. I'm gonna go and bang 50 birds."
I'd love to see it. I'll tell you what I'm going to look out for. I want to see an interview with Will Smith.
Won't happen. She won't allow it.
Well, fuck her. She fucking made a bed. She's got a fucking lie in it.
She's not going to allow it, man. Come on, seriously.
I mean, if my wife did that to me and I'm Will Smith, I'm like, fuck, this is done. We're
like,
done.
let's not be like Will Smith. I mean, like, we don't really know what kind of person Will Smith is behind closed doors. He comes across as a nice, likeable guy, but then, do you know what else, actually? Do you remember they replaced Aunt Viv, didn't they, in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, like after season 2 or whatever, whoever the woman who originally played, she came out and she's pretty scathing about Will Smith and said Will Smith is not the kind of person you actually think he is, that he like, the persona that he puts across you is not the real Will Smith. So it'd be interesting, actually, like, to... Maybe he is a dickhead as well. Maybe they are as bad as one another. But the way it comes across, maybe he is just as much of an arsehole as she is a bitch. But the way
you don't hear it very often, do you?
Well, the way it comes across is very much that she is the matriarch of the family. She is the dominant force, and he is subservient to her. And like, how can you have him on? How can you have him on the Red Table chats, whatever it is, him crying and apologising for how she felt like her birthday was, like he made it about himself. But then you can turn around and he's crying and apologising, and yet you can turn around and say, "Oh, by the way, I was shagging some other bloke on a family holiday." Like, how? I don't get it. She just annoys me, and I just don't like her. I would like her to divorce him just so she does become Will Smith's ex, and and we quickly forget about her, because she's a very forgettable person.
I mean, at this point, how is she even getting people to watch the Red Table Talk series? Other than to just go, is this bitch for real?
Who's on there? It's her mum and maybe Willow. I'm not sure if Willow's on there all the time, but I know I've seen like her mum's on there as well. Like, and you wonder, like, actually, it'd be interesting to watch it just to see what her mum's like, because the apple might not fall too far from the tree, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, but I mean, are they just hope? Because I can't. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not their demographic. I'm a
white male,
straight white male. I'm not going to watch an old woman talk about her. I mean, I don't know what the fuck she talks about other than fucking shitting on her husband.
What was the last thing she was legitimately in? Was it Gotham?
Was she in Gotham? Oh yes, she was.
She was. I can't remember her character name, but she's quite a pivotal character in Gotham.
Yeah, she was.
She owned the nightclub, didn't she? And then she pretty much, they thought they murdered her off, but she came back. She didn't die.
She was in a miniseries this year called Queen Cleopatra.
Didn't she direct it? I think she didn't.
She directed.
That was the whole thing about they had a black Cleopatra and people going mad because she's supposed to be.
She's executive.
She's supposed to be Greek, and they're like they put a black actress in, another one of those, and then people come out and said no, she was black, and it's just I don't want to get involved in that.
And she's got Straight Talk, Red
Fish.
Zone,
She played Fish. Fish.
That's it.
That was a character name. Fish in Gotham.
Oh, she is coming up an actress in Moe's World, Red Zone, and Girls Trip 2. She's playing an actress.
No idea.
She's the narrator in Cleopatra.
Yeah, and like I say, she was on the.
Oh, she's in the TV series of Equalizer. There's a TV series of Equalizer.
Oh, who's going to play the Equalizer?
No, it's out, mate. It's out.
Yeah, but who plays the main lead? Please don't tell me she's the fucking
Queen,
Equalizer. Oh my god.
Queen Latifah plays.
Oh no, yes, I've
Bobbin
seen it. I've seen the trailer. I've seen the trailer for it. Yes. I have. I've seen it. Oh, not the trailer. I've seen the trailer.
No, I'm not. I'm not that I wouldn't watch it. Well, I wouldn't. I'll be honest.
I quite like Queen Latifah, but the problem is with Queen Latifah, I don't know if she can do serious or not. I don't know. Most of the stuff I've seen her is comedic, and I don't think the Equalizer is really a comedic program.
No, I mean, season 2 seems to be getting better views, but overall the season's got
5 point what? Sorry,
5.5 out of 10.
Okay,
that's what the series has got for the Equalizers. I just don't know whether I see her as,
I see her as like
Robin McCall.
I look at her as like, Barbershop and stuff like that. The
very comical,
very like comical roles and bits and pieces. I don't know much. Like she was in that film, I think, where she was going to die. I thought she had so much time to live, and she went and spent loads of money in like Monaco and whatnot. But that was a comedy film, and I don't think I've ever seen her do anything serious. So I don't know. Maybe she's really good in a serious role. Sometimes the comedic actors really surprise you when they branch out and do something serious, and they're like fucking epic.
Maybe we'll have to watch an episode and report back.
I've got so much to watch, dude. So much to watch.
Yes.
Still need to watch the fucking the John Wick thing.
As we come to the end of this, I suppose we'll just finish it as we always do with
Get in the bin.
Get in the bin.
Yeah, Jada. Get in the bin, let the bin men come and empty the bin and get put on a fucking rubbish pile somewhere and forgotten about.
Yeah, because you're
landfill. Off you go.
Indeed, mate. Oh, fuck off. On to the next news story, which is Microsoft finally Activision Blizzard acquisition. So Call of Duty is now part of Xbox. However, it's not going to be coming to Game Pass
yet.
I mean, they'll probably get some of the older games.
Well, from what I read, so obviously this went through, and a lot of people were like, yeah, we're going to get Modern Warfare 3 on Game Pass. What they said was their library will be ported across onto Game Pass from early 2024. So I imagine you will see the previous iterations, Modern Warfare 2, whatever, probably hit sometime early, and then they will obviously wait for the new game to get released in October, November time, which will be Modern Warfare 4, Black Ops 28, fucking whatever iteration of Call of Duty they want to go. And then you'll see, 17. You'll see Modern Warfare. The same with Diablo 4. Diablo 4, once they've made enough money from like the season passes, once they're like, so we'll go on to Game Pass. And then because you get it free, and then people will obviously buy the season passes, because that's where you're going to get money from these games. It's like you'll get like, okay, we're not making money from the game essentially anymore from sales of the game, but to boost what we're getting from the DLC is we'll put it on Game Pass, let a load of new people who don't own it, and because they haven't paid for the game, they're like, I don't mind buying DLC because technically I haven't paid for the game, so they then buy the DLC at 4, 5, 6, whatever. I don't know how much your Diablos. I don't know how much.
More likely, kid.
Okay, well, I don't know how much your Diablo, like I say, your stuff cost, and so they get sales through. It boosts the DLC sales because they're not making sales from the game anymore, or very minimal sales from the game.
So,
and once again, if Game Pass pops up from $8.99. I have Game Pass. I think it's $8.99 currently. I think we spoke about this before about how like the price increase. I expect the minute we get Modern Warfare, it will. The minute that hits, I think we'll be paying maybe $11.99, 12 quid, and then by the end of the year, it could be like £14, something like that, 15 quid. They may even put in. Sorry, I was just going to say one last thing. They may even put in more. Like PlayStation has got tiers. PlayStation's got 3 tiers, right?
Yeah.
Game Pass currently has 2 tiers: basic and premium. You may find another tier, and you might find the middle tier is what locks Modern Warfare, Diablo, stuff like that. Your basic tier stays at what it is now, maybe at $9.99, not $8.99, and then you go $12.99, but you throw in Modern Warfare, Diablo, and then maybe you go $14.99.
Well, they'd do day one, wouldn't they? They'd do day one stuff. So stuff that you get now, day one, Starfield, Redfall.
That will be on a higher higher tier. But sorry, what were you going to say?
So they finalised it $68.7 billion.
Pocket change.
Fucking
just found that down the sofa,
$billion.
mate. Found that down the fucking sofa.
Clearly, fucking.
I didn't even realise that the court case or whatever it was had been settled.
Yeah, 20 months it's taken to get settled, and that was mainly because the CMA in the UK, the Competition and Markets Authority, Competition and Markets Authority. Sorry,
yes, yeah, don't want monopolies, do they?
No. So, but they found a way to appease everybody.
Do you know what it probably was? It was probably legit. Probably the threat of them going, okay, we'll just we'll let the merger go through, and then we'll just remove everything from the UK market.
Yeah,
we just won't. Okay, you want to block us UK? Okay, well we'll just remove everything from the UK market, and you ain't got
anything
us.
you don't like, we won't have.
Don't worry about shit. It. No, come back to the table. We could allow this. We could allow this. Oh, fuck.
Hold on. Don't sell out. Now, Game Pass are currently saying that they've got 25 million subscribers alongside the original Activision Blizzard deal, January 2022. 25 million. Now, let's just take in consideration that if 25 million people are paying, let's arguably round it down to £9 a month.
Yeah.
That means 9 times 25 mil. Yeah, there we go. They're making 225 million a month. A month.
It is okay. So the only thing is, obviously, you've done that at how much? Sorry,
£9.
At £9. Yeah, it's roughly around that. It'd be interesting to know what the difference is, like different countries, because I bet you like a lot of the other countries play less because they always do, don't they?
Often,
But yeah, let's just use that as a round thing. So 25 million subscribers, and that makes them how much?
We say £9. 225 million a month.
Mental.
Yeah, that's crazy money.
Crazy. We've said this time and time again, haven't we? That the future for someone like Microsoft is going to be as a subscription service. Yeah. Like I actually was thinking about this the other day when we spoke about this, and I'm like, is there going to be a need for hardware in the future? Like,
I don't think so.
Like, obviously, at the moment we have the PlayStation and the Xbox and the. Oh no, Stardust's not here anymore, but that's not the Switch. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Cheers. And they're going to have another iteration, 100%, and probably have another 2 iterations because we're halfway through this generation with the Xbox and with the PlayStation. We're going to get the PS6, the Xbox, fucking Diamond or whatever they're going to call
name it this time.
The
Jesus,
Dolphin fucking Returns, whatever.
Yeah.
And we'll probably get the PS7.
Yes.
But let's say 20 years in the future. So 7 years iteration, maybe 15 years in the future from now. We're going to be at a technological stage where we're already seeing it with Sky not needing a set-top box anymore. It's just inbuilt into the TV with Sky Glass. Like, PCs will always be a thing because of the power. I don't think you're going to get that in that.
Well, they do. There is actually a thing now where you can sign up to a subscription and get a 4090 with 32 gig and I don't know, let's just say an R9, but you pay a subscription for it and then it comes down your thing. You know, like they did with Google's thing where you got a controller.
Stadia,
that was it.
Yeah.
So there is already a thing that does that.
Really?
That's
oh,
just
okay.
a bank of computers where they already do that. Now,
the problem is with that is like what I mean. What my thinking with this is how secure is that? People are always going to want their home PC with everything coming down. Say how secure is all the shit? Like I've got my own hard drive in here. Unless someone hacks into my computer, anyway. Well,
cloud
with
things
the
are changing, aren't they? With the cloud and all that jazz. Like because our company server is on a cloud now.
Yeah.
Opposed to having a physical server. Because a physical server costs a lot of money, and this
takes up a lot of space.
It takes a lot of space. It's got to be cooled. Yada 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 yada. We're an air conditioner, it's going to be so cooling.
Just whack a couple of aircon units on it.
Exactly.
Fine.
Fine. It's fine. But I think as the internet grows to being a gig, 2 gig, 3 gig, 4 gig, 5 gig, etc., etc., etc. I think that's when you'll start seeing a massive change. I mean, like DVDs and Blu-rays of yesteryear.
Yeah.
That I don't want this big fucking box in my house. I want to pay for a monitor. I want to pay for a keyboard and mouse that I plug into the monitor, whatever, and then it all just comes down the fucking tube, and it's Wi-Fi or it's hardwired or whatever. Because we're becoming a minimalist situation. Keeping things like boxes and stuff is something that they just got to be in your loft, and you don't see them again because you've built the fucking thing, and then it just becomes the object that you've built.
Yeah.
And even that, like you've gone from. I remember buying video games and going to the shop and collector's edition. I'm not going to talk about the collector's edition, so I spent too much. But you used to get a disc and a model. You'd go and buy something from Game, and they'd give you a free thing because you bought it from them. And that has just slowly but surely gone to the point where now you can not on every game, but a lot of games, you can buy the collector's edition and get your model and get your doofers. But there'll be no disc. It'll be a code.
No, give you a code. Yeah.
That's it. So, I mean, my Starfield, no disc. Got a disc box. Pointless fucking disc box. This one. Right? There.
Oh.
I've got a disc box.
Is that steelbook? Oh, no, it's plastic.
Yeah, it's steelbook. No, it's steelbook. And it's got this in. Now, this is a credit chip from in the game. But on here, on the back of it, is the code that I use to put the game in.
What a fucking waste of plastic.
That's what it is, mate. So it's going away. It's just going away. People don't want physical media. And it's going to be a shame because the problem is, and we've said this before, is with no physical media, you don't actually own it.
No. They can just go turn the switch off. Well, like you're at their whim, essentially, aren't you? Yeah. They're like if they want to go, fuck it. Then, like Cult of the Lamb, didn't they? When Cult of the Lamb turned around and said that they were just going to delete the game if the what was the Unity? If the Unity stuff carried on,
he stepped down as well. Did you see?
We're gonna. Oh, I didn't know, but yeah, they were like Cult of the Lamb were like, yeah, we're just going to delete the game. Oh fucking hell! Okay,
yeah,
cool.
That's it. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's only a 17 quid game.
Well, they obviously they're not. They did come back and they said, well, we're not going to do that. It was just
it was a pressure technique, I suppose.
Yeah.
But what my point is that there are games that you can't buy anymore. Now, if you've got it, you've got it. But how long is that going to be before they just go, nah, it's taking up too much server space. People aren't playing it. Fuck it, delete it. And now it might not be your favourite game.
But it's going to be someone's
favourite game.
Yeah, it might be someone's
favourite game.
It's interesting. So, yeah, going back to, like we say, with that point with, are we going to need actual hardware? Like, it's going to be built into the TV. You're going to have fucking cloud. They're like Xbox seem to be future-proofing their company in a sense with doing this because, like, okay, Sony have got their few bits and pieces but major plays, and we said the other day, like when the leaks happened and Microsoft like, yeah, we're trying to buy it. We're interested in buying Nintendo. You're like, fucking hell. Yeah, talk about monopoly. Talk about monopoly. Yeah. All right, that'd be mental.
Well, they're now the third largest gaming company in revenue behind Tencent and Sony. Now they were down in the dumps before.
Mm.
So buying all these properties, they've spent. Don't get me wrong, they've spent a lot of money.
Yeah,
but they're playing a longer game. They're playing
Their end goal is, it's like this is going to be a drop in the ocean compared to what their end goal potential is.
Because gaming fucking makes more than music and.
Well, we had this the other day. Like gaming is like, isn't it like the largest form of media, the largest form of growing media, like on the planet? It's it's whoever's
and it's
running.
only going to get bigger at this point.
Well,
it's only going to get bigger because film's dropping off.
Mm-hmm.
TV's become a streaming situation. So if anything, Xbox have only gone, look what happened to TV. How far are we away from this being on games? And they're just going like, we'll buy all these big companies.
With the development of like VR and stuff, and how AI is working as well. Yeah, the sky's the limit with gaming. And so it's, you know, smart plays. So they obviously own Bethesda, Activision, Blizzard, King.
They've got a whole.
Oh my god, they've got King as well, which is like Candy Crush and that, isn't it? The mobile.
Candy Crush there and all that. Yeah. Like they've got. I have got it up here. Right? Somewhere. There it is. So what they own is 343 Studios, Halo, Compulsion Games, which is South of Midnight, We Happy Few, Double Fine, which is Psychonaut, In Exile, which is Clockwork Revolution. That's that one that looked pretty cool. You know, the fucking steampunk one. There we go.
Yeah.
Wasteland. Almost got a job on Wasteland. Pretty
really? Nice.
Yeah. Mojang Studios, Minecraft.
Minecraft is fucking huge.
That's fucking massive. Ninja Theory, which is Hellblade or Hellblade. Yeah. Coming out. Obsidian, Avowed, Grounded.
Oh, Rare as well.
Yeah, Rare. They own Rare, which is Sea of
Thieves is massive as well.
Yeah. Playground Games, which is Forza, soon to be Fable. Forza Motorsport. These ones are just their own studios, isn't it?
Yeah. This is not including what they've brought in. Like when you look at like Bethesda, Activision, Blizzard, King and stuff, what they're bringing. Oh.
Yeah, mate, it's crazy. I mean, Bethesda own Doom, fucking Tango Gameworks.
Looking at it here, so whoa. Like, obviously, Call of Duty, you've obviously got Treyarch, Infinity Ward, Sledgehammer. But then you've also got, like, the people who made Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, Tony Hawk. Fucking hell.
It's crazy, mate. They've got I hate to say it, but such a monopoly. I mean, imagine if they bought EA. Imagine if they bought EA.
Sorry, I just see Arcane, Redfall. Yeah. I wouldn't have put that on there, mate. I wouldn't have put it on there. I'd have fucking delete that off. Just leave Deathloop, Prey, and Dishonored on there. Get rid of fucking Redfall. Don't put that shit up there.
Put it on twice. They've got fucking Roundhouse Studios.
No. Just have the unannounced project. Leave it mysterious.
Don't worry about it.
Battle.net, World of fucking Warcraft, Diablo, Overwatch. Fucking hell.
That's what I'm saying, mate. You think about it. If they bought EA, and mate, there's a 100% chance that they could buy, and the CMA would.
Sorry, could buy what? Sorry,
EA.
Nintendo.
EA,
sorry, EA. Sorry. Yeah, right. Okay, this is all I'm going to say. How much? So they paid what? 67 billion.
Yeah, 68.7 billion.
68.7 billion. I would say, and I don't think this is a fucking a stupid thing to say, they would have to far exceed that to buy EA. Yeah. Because the money that fucking alone that FIFA Ultimate Team makes is
not mentioning Madden, NFL.
Stupid.
Yeah, mate, if you owned fucking Call of Duty and let's just go football, let's just say EA 2020, EA Sports 2023, right? The amount of income and the amount of people that go out and spend money on that game time after time after time after time after time.
Right, okay.
And then pump more money into it.
This is not... Apparently, its annual report, EA confirmed that it made $1.6 billion from game sales alone.
Yeah.
That's not including Ultimate Team.
Ultimate Team probably triple that, possibly, I would argue.
So, the amount was dwarfed by their live service and other income from the game, which amounted to over $4 billion. So, ultimately, each FIFA game makes them around $5.5 billion.
That's insane.
One game.
So
that's 60-odd million. That 60-odd billion they paid for Thingy. That's going to far eclipse that. That's far. If you 10x. If you're looking at 10x, you would imagine so. They're making $5.5 billion from that with everything else that EA have got going on, with all their other properties, NBA, like you say, NBA 2K, like the wrestling games, Madden and all that. They probably easily make 10 to 15 billion a year. Let's just say on a lower estimate.
Not forgetting about Respawn. Not forgetting about fucking.
10x
Legend.
Like if you say fucking Apex, it's a free game, but the battle pass alone is fucking millions of pounds. So 10x, that's over 100 billion that they're going to have to spend to buy EA.
But they could.
No, they could. I'm just saying, but that would be that would be probably the biggest purchase that we will see other than buying an actual like Nintendo or like you know, even like I couldn't actually name you off the top of my head a larger purchase than EA.
Well, you'd have to be the Embracer Group, which owns
is
a
what?
fuckload of. It's a conglomerate. Embracer Group's basically like they own every other studio that isn't owned by Sony or Xbox or Nintendo.
Oh, okay.
Like so, the Embracer Group. I think it's a Chinese company. Basically, you know, they own like the Borderlands company, Gearbox. They own all the other, basically anything that's made money within fucking the last 10 years. Embracer Group own it, but you never really see their name because they're all, you know, it's just subsidiaries.
Shell companies, all dodgy, pass money around all over the place.
100%. The sad thing about this acquisition is that Bobby Kotick is going to be remaining in place until the end of 2023, probably a bit longer.
There's only a few weeks though left to 2023. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how long that's going to go because I can see him still being there 2024.
Man, maybe. I don't know the guy, so
no, he's a cunt.
Okay,
that's all you need to know. He's one of those.
I trust your judgment. Trust your judgment.
Yeah, we talked about
Tom Howard.
Todd Howard.
Todd Howard.
He's basically one of them where, like, you know, to get a game out the door, and then as soon as cheers for all, that's just a horrible bastard that he is. Right. I think we've probably talked around the loop on this as much as we can. Like I say, it's the future of gaming, kids. Moving on to sort of sad news, really. So a bit of sad news. Sir Michael Caine confirms retirement from acting, saying, "You don't have a leading man at 90." I wish someone had told fucking
Indiana
old
Jones.
Indy that.
And so, like, Harrison Ford.
Yeah, old Harrison Ford, that. So British actor Sir Michael Caine has confirmed that he's retiring from acting after the release of his latest film. So he has got a new film coming out. He's a two-time Oscar-winning actor with extensive filmography spanning 7 decades, including such films as Zulu, which I'm sure he wants to forget, The Italian Job, and modern blockbusters like Interstellar. Was he in Interstellar? I don't remember him in Interstellar. Was he his dad or something?
I've never seen Interstellar, so
such a good movie,
dude.
You'd love it.
Tell you. I know it's on the watch list, but yeah, I haven't seen it.
And the Dark Knight trilogy, obviously, he played Alfred, and he was fantastic at it. Some men just want to see the world burn.
I failed you. I failed you.
I failed you.
I hate that. I joke, but I hate that that's a meme. I hate that because It's
heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking when he thinks it's fucking done. The Oscar, Golden Globes, BAFTA-winning actor has made an announcement after appearing in more than 160 films.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
I've got 176 as his number on IMDb. 176.
I think he's got a few films that must be coming out because his final film's called The Great
Escaper, yeah. But that's the last film that's on there. Obviously, he was in a film in 2022, Medieval, but there's nothing past The Great Escaper. Oh no, actually, upcoming. Now, pre-production. So he's not going to be in it if it's in pre-production.
No.
Now You See Me 3. He's as Arthur Tressler, who was obviously the main protagonist in the first and second one. It was his son, wasn't it? Danny Radcliffe was his son in the second one.
He was. I tell you what, he was pretty good in. You talked about it last week. Kingsman. You little cunt.
Yeah, at the end, yeah, where he does the old little switcheroo.
Yeah. Brilliant.
I had to think for a second. He's Arthur, isn't he?
He's Arthur.
Yes.
Fucking, I love that bit because he just becomes.
You horrible. No, because it's an horrible cunt, isn't he? Is he an horrible?
I thought he called him a little cunt.
Oh, I'm thinking horrible cunt's from something else. Horrible cunt might be from like Legend or something. With
tell you what, have you seen Harry Brown?
Mate, Harry Brown is great. Harry Brown. So I really like Harry Brown. And you kind of think like it's got. I've just got visions of like what's his name? Ben Drew was in it, like Plan B.
Plan B, yeah.
And I'm just like, I wish we had more from him as an actor because he's also in Adulthood, I think it is, or is it the
Kidulthood
last?
or...
No, Kidulthood's the first one. Then there was Adulthood, which was the second one. I don't know if they made a third, and he's in that as well. And I think he's quality. I really like him. But yeah, Harry Brown's great.
I love the fact. Do you know that Plan B is actually called because it wasn't going to be his first choice? So singing was Plan B.
Oh, I just thought because his name's Ben. His name's Ben Drew, isn't it? I thought it had like Plan B's. He's like
no. I read a thing on it
when
I was sort of doing a bit of a deep dive, and he's like, "Why are you called Plan B?" And it was like, "Oh, because I can't remember what it was originally he wanted to be,
porn star."
But then he doesn't.
But his little 4-inch penis wasn't big. I mean, mate, allegedly.
Mate, I don't think I could hack it as a porn star. Fucking up and down on fucking request. It's because you got to think it's filmed like a film, isn't it? So it's like
this is a tangent I never thought we'd go down. I'll be honest.
Well,
we're talking about Michael Caine, and we're now talking about doing porn. So I mean, yeah, you were only blow the fucking bloody doors off. Fucking right.
You're supposed to blow your wedge up. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna get into it.
Okay.
But no, my point being is
stage fright, mate. Stage
quickly, just to quickly get through it. Obviously, a porn it's all different views. So if you've been on a film set, essentially, like it's do this, right, then we're going to stop, we're going to take the camera over here, then we're going to shoot from this angle. And you just got to be up and down on fucking demand. Like, never really finishing unless it gets to the money shot.
Viagra and speed, mate. There you
Apparently
go.
A lot of people fucking inject the knob.
Just hearing that makes me not want to fuck. Do you know what, right, as well? Men it's probably porn is probably the only industry where men are fucking like the second class citizens. They're the underprivileged. They're the equality in porn is the ladies get all the money, the men get but it's fair. It's fair.
Yeah, it's fair.
It's probably not worth it, to be honest.
Fair. Like I say, it's so. Anyway, I'm not gonna get out of this. We'll talk about porn.
The one good thing about porn, and this I'm gonna sound like such a male cunt here, but
what more of a male?
You could and Ron and I'm not this is not anything like Ron Jeremy's an absolute horrible fucking person.
He's a cunt.
But he's an ugly fucking bastard.
He really is.
But he made it as a porn star just because he's got a big knob. So you could be an ugly fucking cave-dwelling mongrel, but if you've got the right size member, it's fine. We get you in. No one's looking at you, you ugly bastard. It doesn't matter. We can put a paper bag over your fucking head as long as you've got a big dick. It's all that matters. All the fucking matters.
Can you imagine being a woman though, walking in and going, "All right, so who have I got to bang some studly?"
Look over in the corner. Me. She'll be like,
well, my wife sees when I come in, and I'm like, "Oh, darling." Got me nipple tassels on. I know you like them.
Oh no! Oh, I apologise. Apologise for the nightmares that you're all gonna have from that.
Don't watch the video, kids. Don't watch the video.
Right, Michael Caine. Let's get back into it. Michael Caine.
Back onto Michael Caine. I fucking completely lost me tread. Harry Brown is what we were talking about. Great film. Yep. Plan B's in it. Plan B's been another film. Kidulthood, Adult, one of them.
Yeah,
right,
He's been in films. He's been in films, mate.
He's been in films. He's done it. So this final film is The Great Escaper, which apparently released on the 6th of October. I didn't see anything of it. Did you?
Well, I mean, it's this week, isn't it? It's it's not my kind of film by the sounds of it.
And apparently, it's not. Apparently, this isn't the first time that he's said that he's leaving. Wait a minute. What's he said? He's got some quotes here. So
yeah.
I keep saying I'm going to retire. Well, I am now. Sir Michael told BBC Radio 4's today's program. I figured that I've had a picture where I've played the lead, I've had incredible reviews. What am I going to do to beat this? That's fair. The only parts I'm liable to get now are 90-year-old men or 85. I mean, he's still fucking nailing it, though. It's like 90 years old and still fucking killing it in the cinema.
Amazing.
They're not going to be the lead. You don't have leading men at 90. I mean, to be fair, I thought that, when I was watching Harry Brown, I was like, to be fair, he looks old in this.
But the difference is, it's not a hand-to-hand combat, is it?
No, it's smart killing, it, or guns.
Yeah. Which is what we were talking about the other day about the Equalizer with Denzel, just to go on a quick tangent, like it's not about like the brute force with these, it's about what he's got up here. Because when he comes up against the brute force, like we said in the first one, when he fights the geezer like Tate Fletcher, I can't think what his name is now. He has like a legitimate like struggle to kill him.
Yeah, I might lose.
but when he comes up against the rest, it's all the intelligence. It's like he's always one step ahead of everything they do. And the brute force, they don't have the brute force that to stop like his mastery.
No, that's it. That's it. Because he's outsmarted them. That's it. He was close to giving up in 2021. Michael Caine, this is after just appearing in the bestsellers alongside Aubrey Plaza. I don't remember bestsellers. I don't know whether I've just fallen off the Sir Michael Caine fucking line. I don't remember bestsellers.
Okay, so like, let's go. He's IMDb. Okay, okay, yeah. So no. Tenet. Okay, that's the last film I know he was in. Yeah. Tenet. King of. I watched King of Thieves. King of Thieves is a good film.
Yeah, King of Thieves is a good film. It's about old bank robbers, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got Charlie Cox in it. It's I think it's isn't it like supposed to be a true crime movie based on a Quiver Tycoon? So it's the Hatton. Is it the Hatton Gardens?
Yeah, the Hatton Gardens.
I've seen the fucking film. How do I not? Is it about?
Yeah. I saw it at the cinema. I actually saw it at the cinema. Yeah.
The biggest. Yeah, it is. Yeah. The Hatton Garden. Yes. But
sorry, come on.
No, I was just going to say, but yeah, other than like from Tenet, which came out in 2020, I don't know the 4 films he released after.
I'm just glad he got.
Oh, hang on, he did Twist. Was that a TV film?
Twist?
Yeah, it was a modern. He played Fagin, so it's a modern retelling.
Oliver Twist.
Of Oliver Twist. Is that it had Lena? Oh, hello, it had Lena Headey in it.
Oh shit! When was that?
She played Sykes.
Sykes.
It had Lee Francis, who is obviously.
I know the name.
No, you'll know him from the ginger geezer who's in Celebrity Juice.
Oh yeah,
the Bo Selector guy. What the fuck's Keith Lemon?
Keith Lemon, that's the bloke.
Yeah, Michael Caine played Fagin. David Walliams is in it. Noel Clarke's in it, talking about a kidulthood and another adulthood. Yeah. Rita Ora was in it.
I think they're doing another thing called Another Adulthood or something like that.
There's a Newverhood, but I think you'll find it's got Deacon in, but it's not. I don't know if it's anything to do.
Oh, I thought that would be a follow on or something.
Yeah. But yeah, Twist, which might have been a made for TV movie. I'm not sure.
Oh. Maybe BBC or something like that?
Yeah, it didn't get a good rating, 4.2 out of 10.
Okay.
Not good.
Apparently he had a spine problem, which he couldn't walk.
Recently?
Yeah. So he told film critic Mark Kermode?
I hope your name's not Commode.
Commode?
If you know,
Commode.
Yeah, you'd be like, no, it's French, it's commode.
Yeah, commode.
Not be called commode. So you're a shitter then.
Yeah. That he expected Bestsellers to be his last film because he had a spine problem which affected his walking, and there haven't been any offers for 2 years. So he just sort of seems to have just fallen off a bit.
Yeah.
While he stopped short of formally retiring, he has since revealed that he turned down The Great Escaper 3 times before accepting the role. So, St. Michael's announcement comes out a month before the release of his debut novel. Oh, he's writing.
Interesting.
A Deadly Game, apparently.
Might be worth a read.
Yeah, it might be worth a read. The 90-year-old said in June, it's been my ambition to write a thriller. It's the genre I most love to read, and I've got a real buzz out of working on Deadly Game and teaming up with Hodder once again to publish it. It's Hodder.
Not sure.
Hope readers enjoy getting to know Harry Taylor as much as I did. The novel follows adventures of DCI Harry Taylor, a detective with no respect for the red tape or political reputation.
So it's Luther pretty much, but in book
form. I was going to say it's Luther, isn't it? So, I mean, fair play to him. Writing a book at 90s, that's an achievement, isn't it? I don't know whether I'd be able to. I can't write a book now.
I'll write a book now, mate.
Fucking man walks into house falls down.
Fucking hell.
Yes, I mean, well, just talking about Michael Caine. Let's talk about. I mean, this bloke, he has been just. I suppose he's sort of trailed into supporting actor more now, but like Christ Almighty, he's been some fucking major films. I can't remember where he played in Interstellar, but Dark Knight trilogy, which is
like
pertinent.
He's I was just like, I would go as far to say because of the role. I think so. The role of for fuck's sake, Alfred in Alfred. I was thinking for the fucking butler's name. The role of Alfred in Batman has evolved into a much more prominent
he's
role.
Got his own TV show now, isn't he?
Well, no. What I mean is like the original Alfred was kind of like he pops in every now and again. He's got a few little one-liners. He gives Michael Keaton cold soup. You know. But it doesn't play as pivotal a role. Like when we start getting into like Michael Caine is like a key part of the team, if you will. Like he is like the hub essentially, and which moves on further when you get to like Jeremy Irons. Yeah, is like the fucking man. Like without Jeremy Irons, Batman doesn't exist. Like he's his fucking mechanic, he's his fucking operator, he's a bit of fucking everything, isn't it? He's almost like you've combined Lucius Fox and Alfred. In his character, in his version of Alfred.
Who's in the Batman? Who's Alfred in the Batman?
Oh, good question.
Fucking, I know who it is, and I just can't think.
I know Gordon is played by
what's his name from
Felix Leiter
Westworld.
From but I can't. Let's have a look. The Batman. I've forgotten his fucking name now as well.
I can't fucking think who it is. I'm sure it's
Alfred. Jeffrey Wright is.
That's it, Jeffrey Wright.
Oh, Andy Serkis. Of course it is. Andy Serkis. Yeah. Yeah, Andy Serkis is Alfred, and obviously in the series you've got Sean Pertwee. Sean Pertwee.
Got a great voice.
Oh, I really like Sean Pertwee as well as Alfred. He's fucking brilliant. Yeah. But like, he like that to me, like he changed the definition of Alfred in Batman. Mm-hmm. Like from what we saw in the original like Tim Burton Batman films, it becomes so much. Like Alfred becomes so much more of a prominent role. And I don't think, like looking at it for the age and the who you would have got in, he's like perfect. There's no one I could sit here and say I would even say could hold a candle to how Michael Caine plays Alfred. It's almost like you can look back at it now and say it's a role that he was always meant to play. Yeah, I totally see that.
English butler that got nothing but compassion and love, and
he's the grounding that Bruce Wayne needs.
That brings him back from the brink of darkness, really. You know, that gives him he's Batman's humanity.
Yes,
Batman's humanity.
100%.
I always remember that line. Why do we fall? Why do we fall down?
So we can get back up again.
Up.
Oh, it's fucking brilliant, isn't it? Yeah. If I was going to get a Batman tattoo, that's always what I would have got.
Yeah. That line.
Yeah, that line, because that line is like it's iconic. It's so really meaningful. Iconic. Yeah. I mean, like, let's not beat around the bush though. Also done a lot of shit films, but then what actor hasn't done a lot of shit films? When you've done 176 films, like they ain't all going to be fucking winners. They ain't going to be all fucking winners, are they?
You're going to get some turds in there.
Right. But yeah, like, just like when you think, like, Now You See Me, Kingsman.
I love those films, by the way.
Interstellar. The Dark Knight films, Journey 2. He done numerous voice films like Cars. He was in. Romeo and Juliet. You got Exception. You got Harry Brown, where he fucking leads it as well, because he definitely became like a supporting actor didn't he? Like, you know, with the occasional main role, but he definitely, like I say, the Now You See Me's, like The Last Witch Hunter, Kingsman, everything. He's a supporting actor. You know, Alfred, obviously, The Dark Knight, and Batman and whatnot. But yeah, just absolutely fantastic. Oh, he was in Austin Powers.
Oh shit! I forgot he was in Austin Powers.
Just like looking at him now, just ridiculous fucking filmography.
I forgot he was in. Oh no, it's Journey 2 that I was thinking of. I was like that.
No, Journey 2. Yeah, it's the sequel to the Brendan Fraser one.
Yeah, that's it.
He was fucking. Of course, he was Hoagie in Jaws: The Revenge, where the fucking woman spears the fucking shark with the boat with a ship. It's like the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. Oh, mate. Like, iconic, brilliant. You know, let's not forget, Escape to fucking Victory. What a film.
Carter.
What a fucking film. He was in the remake of Get Carter as well, when he was Sylvester Stallone.
Fucking, I mean, you just looking through some of this and like, yes, all right, there's a couple of fucking turds in there. But like, that man has been in so many fucking films. It's crazy. Escape to Victory. I remember seeing that.
Mate, Escape to Victory is a fucking brilliant film. I love Escape to Victory. It's always on at Christmas. I love watching it. Love watching it. But yeah, an absolute icon of British cinema, of world cinema. Like, you know, it's going to be a shame.
Anything to anyone. I mean, he was Alfie in Alfie as well. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
Alfie's an old film.
I just don't like. I don't know of many. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's too early to say, but like, I don't see anyone coming close to him of the modern crop. I'm just trying to think of the modern crop of British actors.
He's a movie star, isn't he? He's a movie
star. Hold on. Actually, no. Yes, there is. I'm just thinking, we were talking about him earlier, like Christian Bale.
Yes.
Will be a Michael Caine, like if he continues to go on the trajectory he's going, the roles that he's doing are so diverse, so different, so challenging in various different ways. Christian Bale will be up there as an icon with Michael Caine for like the legacy of British actors, 100%.
Oh yeah, I mean, just on here now, there's a thing about icons, and you've got, well, it just shows one picture of fucking. What's his name? Harrison, yeah. I'd like to see all of them, but it just shows.
How the fuck is Jennifer Lopez an icon? Hang on, how the fuck is Ana de Armas an icon already?
Because she's fucking beautiful.
Yeah, I understand. How is Chris Evans? Fuck off. These aren't icons. They're too young. Right, I'm not saying Ana de Armas isn't going to be an icon. I'm not saying Chris Evans isn't going to be an icon. But icon to me is like you're like, Rachel Weisz, fuck off. Like... You're not an icon. You are a...
You're a fucking...
Brendan Fraser? Shut up. Oh, fuck you. Fuck off. Hollywood icon, and they dare put Beyonce in there. Get out. Where's the in the bin?
Get in the bin.
I got caught on a picture of the beautiful Ana de Armas and
fucking get. Oh my god, Alexandra Daddario.
Oh, she's beautiful as well.
I know.
Oh my god.
I know, but not okay. Pedro, I'll let you off. Pedro. Okay, Pedro's fine. Pedro's fine. We'll allow Pedro. Whoever compiled this list, you're a fucking idiot. Margot Robbie.
Was just
Margot Robbie's not a fucking icon.
Have they done porn?
Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Fuck off, Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
No, he's not an icon. Fuck off. Playing that game.
Oh, hang on. Do you know what? I actually think I've jumped into something different. I might be in. Hang on.
And my fucking Jay's fucking famous Spank Bank fucking collection or something.
Yeah, hang on. I might just make myself look like a right dickhead here. Oh no, I'm still right. Okay, it's Hollywood heartthrobs and icons, and yeah, all of them. In it. Okay. Yeah, no, fuck off. They're not. No, IMDb, you're a fucking idiot.
Jessica Chastain.
But back on point. Yeah, Michael Caine, like legend, absolute like.
I'll go right. It's just my Spank Bank. This is crazy.
We should be talking about Michael Caine.
All right,
put your fucking penis away. We've already spoken about porn. Like, you've had your fun. Just like now, now serious. It's serious podcaster time, Jay.
Serious podcasting time.
Fucking hell.
Just too many beautiful people just in front of me. But yeah, I just saw another film he was in that I forgot he was in. Fuck, it's got to escape my mind again now. God damn it! I just saw it and I was like, oh, I need to talk about that because I fucking love that movie. And now I can't fucking remember what it is. Hold on. The Prestige.
Oh yeah, The Prestige.
Fucking
yeah,
Prestige,
great film.
mate. That film's so
Great
good.
Film. Oh, I did like been married since. Wow.
What?
This year, on the 8th of January, 2023, would mark 50 years of marriage as well.
Fair play to him. That's Patricia. No, that's not. Shakira
Caine. Well, yeah, obviously not Shakira Caine. She was born. I don't know what she was born. She was born.
He's only got 2 children.
No, I've got one child. This is one child on here.
It says divorced one child.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay, I was reading with her. With her, he's got one child.
You know, he got paid $1.5 million for Jaws: The Revenge.
That's mad. Wow.
I mean, that's probably a lot of money, though,
1964, $4,000.
$4,000
in 1964.
I wonder what that's worth. I wonder what that would have been worth then, though.
Can we find that
out? The 60s don't feel that bad. Oh shit! His real name isn't Michael Caine.
No, we said this the other day about people changing their names.
That's right. Yeah, I didn't know that he wasn't Michael Caine. Close friends with Sean Connery, Roger Moore, Elton John, Sir Andrew Lloyd Webber. I suppose if you've got a Sir in front of your name, you're gonna old buddy up, aren't you? We're a part of the Queen.
Okay. So 4,000 in 1964.
Yeah.
Is worth 4,000 in 1964 is worth today £99,962. So £100,000.
Oh no! So 99,000.
99,962. So £100,000.
Well, that doesn't feel like a lot.
But then again, how much was Jaws making in 1960? Zulu making in 1964?
That's fair.
That's fair. Like everything escalates, doesn't it? So, like Zulu probably only made like a couple mil, if that.
Still a lot of money back in 1964.
Well, yeah, exactly. But yeah, so yeah, Michael Caine, absolute legend. Sad to see him.
Yeah,
stop. But ultimately,
but you've got to,
and ultimately, like his filmography that he leaves behind. Obviously, he's not passing away. The way I'm speaking, it sounds like it, but it's still here. From is absolutely fantastic, and one of, like I say, he's a legend of British cinema, British actors, like world cinema. Fantastic. You can't. There aren't enough superlatives for Michael Caine.
No, because he's well. I mean, he's an icon of British cinema. He's an icon of world cinema. He's, if you try and think of prestigious English actors, you can't tell me that like within 5 names Michael Caine isn't in.
Yeah.
My name is Michael Caine.
Yeah.
And I am a nosy neighbour.
Fuck, I remember that. Jesus. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what else we could say other than just sitting there giving him a blowjob, because he's just amazing. I'm making it porn, mate. Making it all porn. All of it.
It's gone off a fucking cliff, man. We've gone off a cliff.
Talking about going off a cliff, on to the next point, which is
well, it ties
the
in
superhero
nicely.
Yeah. Is the superhero slump started? Has superhero movies or TV gone too far? So, obviously, what got recently released was Loki. Now, have you watched any of Loki season?
I haven't seen season 2. I've seen season 1 in its entirety. I haven't watched anything in season 2 yet.
Now, I tend to find, don't get me wrong, me and TJ have discussed this. We like Marvel movies, or we liked Marvel movies. They seem to have, they've had a bit of a slump. Now, what's come out this year? I mean, you've got
Thor.
In Marvel?
Marvel.
Marvel, yeah.
Okay.
Not this year, but last couple of years.
Okay, so should we go? Should we go post pandemic? Do you want to go post pandemic?
Yes, let's go post pandemic.
Should we say Black Widow? Black Widow was during pandemic.
Yes, I think that's fair.
That's probably like. So just before pandemic, Spider-Man: Far From Home, and then you've got the biggest gap in films from Marvel, which is 2 years, almost 2 years to the day. It's actually 2 years and 7 days after Spider-Man got released. Is their next film, which was Black Widow, which obviously went straight to streaming. It was Disney Plus, like pay-per-view on Disney Plus. So from that, which was 2021, July 2021, so almost just over 2 years ago, they have released 9 films, which are Black Widow, Shang-Chi, Legend of the Rings, Eternals, Spider-Man No Way Home, Doctor Strange Into the Multiverse, Thor Love and Thunder, Black Panther Wakanda Forever, Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, and Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Now, Black Widow I didn't mind, but right. I always have this problem with films like Black Widow, because
why? Because she's already fucking dead.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no worry in that film. Do you know what I mean? Because you know that she dies somewhere else, so you've got no what's the word I'm after? There's no strife. You're not thinking like, oh, she might die, or any kind of concern about the main character.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, I get what you're saying, but it's almost a null and void argument anyway, because name me a film where the main character dies. James Bond, you could say, but then James Bond isn't the actor playing James Bond isn't.
But it's the only film where James Bond actually dies.
Yeah, his wife dies.
Die in any of the films.
No, he didn't die in it. Yeah. But okay. So, but yeah, take that as the anomaly. Like, the titular actor never dies. That'd be the shocker if the titular actor did die. But yeah, I know what you're saying. We know that she has a fate further on down the line. But we had this before. Prequels serve a purpose, and this is effectively a prequel, Black Widow.
Yeah, but like I said, the issue, like I enjoyed it, and I think it was trying to set itself up as a passing of the torch sort of thing, which is sort of what it does.
For Florence Pugh.
Yeah, but Marvel have started doing this thing, and I think we've talked about it before, where it's like, okay, I was happy enough watching 2-3 films a year in order to keep in line with what's going on with the grander arc. But now that the grand arc came to its end, didn't it, in Endgame, really?
They finished their phase, which started with, essentially started with fucking Iron Man, didn't it? It's worked all the way through. Obviously, it's a full circle. We start with Iron Man, we end with Iron Man, essentially. Now we're going to branch off into the next phase.
The only thing that really tied it to the next universe was probably No Way Home, in my opinion.
Far From Home.
No. Oh yes, that's Far From Home does come out, doesn't it?
Yeah, Far From Home is the very next film after Endgame, and the reason it ties it in so much is because obviously Iron Man is such a poignant part of Spider-Man's life. Tom Holland's Spider-Man this is, and obviously you see the way they do it, like how is the world reeling, and that's almost a passing of the torch.
Yeah,
Spider-Man becoming the new Iron Man, not Iron Man, but the filling the gap that Iron Man has left, essentially, in the world of superheroes,
and dealing with the fact that like now there's not this billionaire tech genius that's going to be able to almost pay for everything, really, because he sort of paid for everything as well.
Do you know what I find really interesting? So, like, so this conversation is like the, Marvel and DC, it's like the saturation, the market of superhero movies is so oversaturated that the quality has now dropped off, or the viewing numbers, like people are reporting that they're dropped off. People are talking about like companies not making money, blah 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 blah. Yeah. But is it ultimately just the fact that you come to a conclusion, you tie a nice little ribbon around it, you finish it? This is the problem. You forget DC for a minute. We're just talking Marvel. Because DC's I have a complete different opinion on DC.
We'll talk about the fire that is DC in a moment.
So you spend X amount of years. Hang on, when did the Iron Man came out in 2008. So 2008, you go on this journey, which finishes 11 years later in 2019, right? You've gone through this epic fucking journey. So many crests, full crest, full crest, full.
Like, you got to meet so many heroes.
You've developed so many characters along the way, and everyone has got like an affinity with these characters, and you're along for this journey, and this journey culminates with Infinity War, and oh my fucking god, and then reaches its absolute climax at Endgame, and you're like, fuck, and the emotions that Endgame evokes in people. We spoke last week when we played the game, and I said about like the reason I had why Endgame wasn't in my top 5 fights, but the emotion and everything gave it an honourable mention, because I've never had so many different feelings all at once in one, like that. The whole bit, like you say, when you see Mjolnir get lifted and then get smacked Thanos in the face as he's about to kill, and you're like, oh my fucking god, like Cap is worthy. We always knew Cap was worthy, but we're now finally seeing Cap is worthy. Cap's on his last legs, and you get like Sam come through the portals open. It's like, oh my fucking god, the gut wrenching feels.
I knew it had to happen, but now I'm witnessing
watching it on screen, like in the cinema, at home, wherever, doesn't fucking match it. Watching it, I still watch it now, and it gives me goosebumps. That scene, and the whole, and then like the Iron Man. And the end is like, I am inevitable. Well, fuck you. I am Iron Man.
Iron Man.
And it's like, oh, you're like the pain. Like watching him go, and then you've got to go through fucking like Tom Holland, Spider-Man, like no, and then Pepper Potts, like, mate, the funeral scene, everything, like it's so emotional, and you've been dragged through the ringer. Especially in the last few years, but ultimately over the course of 11 years. So then just go...
watch the story of Iron Man go from this egotistical, over-fucking confident man to just becoming this hero. To becoming this hero.
Well, not only that, like the torment that he feels, that where they, like the woman comes to him after the meeting and she goes, oh, this is my son. Like, he died because of you. He was in Sokovia, like, or whatever the country was called. Like, you dropped a fucking country on him, essentially. Fucking, you killed my son, and then the inner torment. It was like, well, hang on, are we doing the right thing? We're ungoverned. Where at first, when they're like, oh no, when the US government are like, no, you need to hand over the Iron Man suit. No one man should have this power. And now he's like, no, fucking, of course I should have this power. I can't give this power to you. Now it's like,
I am Iron Man.
Now it's like, fuck, should I actually have this power? He starts to question himself and doubt himself. And that leads to obviously Civil War and everything, which is fucking great. And like I say, we've been through this manic journey, and we get to this end point, and it's a perfect end point. And now we're like, let's go again. And we're just more. And I just feel that people are just, myself, as like, I might be speaking just for myself, but I feel like I can speak for the larger here. We're just like, okay, we need to take a break. Like, we can't just jump straight back in. And don't get me wrong, Far From Home was great. I loved Far From Home. But it played on the nostalgia because you brought back Andrew Garfield. You brought back Tobey Maguire. You kind of, like, tugged on those heartstrings. So, but putting that aside, like, I feel like it's like, okay, we've done. We just need time to breathe and just evaluate.
Again.
Because ultimately, Endgame come out in April and then July. So you've literally got a matter of a few months before, like, we're going again. We're going again.
Do this again.
And then obviously the pandemic hit, which then, and I just, and obviously the pandemic gave you that break, but I just feel like maybe.
But you didn't feel like there was a break in the story.
No,
you know what I mean?
No,
like,
because you went straight into Black Widow, like, and then
well, worst thing about Black Widow is, okay, I've watched this character die. Like not in the great battle at the end, by the way. Watch this character die for the greater cause. And now you're going to make me watch her again in a story that just feels like an interim and a torch pass. But it's not going to have the impact now because, well, I'd sort of mourned this character. I've mourned this character. I don't want to see this thing, you know.
And then ultimately you come in like you go with Shang-Chi, whatever, but then you come in with the Eternals, and you're like, hold on a fucking minute.
What were you lot fucking doing?
Where were you fuckers? Oh, do you know what? I've completely fucked myself up here because I said in Far From Home you brought in Tobey Maguire. That was No Way Home. I've fingered the two films.
I was going to call you over. He's too far in a rant.
Forget that. Anyway, like with Eternals, it's like, hang on a minute, you're the fucking Eternals. What the fuck were you doing during the last 11 years?
Superman. Where's fucking Superman to take the gauntlet and fucking do the click?
Like, what the fuck? Oh, we can't get involved. Fuck off, you can't get involved. Fuck off with this bullshit. Like, you've got this fucking, like, mad titan going around destroying planet after planet. Oh, it's for the greater good. Like, do you not think you might just rock up and say, yeah, hold on a minute. We might want to chat here. We might just need to have a little conversation.
We've got basically the Justice League here, but they don't want to get part of it.
No, they're just they're too busy fucking, doing whatever they're fucking doing.
Living life.
I feel the quality of the films has gone off a cliff. They've tried to bring in obviously new characters, the Eternals, Shang-Chi. I actually really enjoyed Shang-Chi.
Yeah, I enjoyed Shang-Chi.
Until it got to the end, and then the CGI with the dragon was just some of the worst shit I've seen. It was bordering on the Flash levels of poor fucking CGI. But I also think they've just had so many missteps. Thor, Love and Thunder. What the fuck are you doing with that? Thor is now a fucking clown. In my opinion, you've made him look like an absolute buffoon.
That's it, exactly. The best part about Thor: Love and Thunder was actually
Christian Bale.
Gore
the God Butcher. It was fucking brilliant.
Yes.
Dark, and mysterious, dangerous. You actually felt him
killing gods,
powerful,
killing gods
as a bad guy. You were like fucking hell. This is actually and.
Thor might be fucked, is what you thought.
And then you're like, I don't know. You now turned him into fucking super stepdad.
Yeah, that's it. And it's a bit gauche. It's a bit weird.
And then something they couldn't thingy. Obviously, the passing of Chadwick Boseman, who I don't care how you want to thingy, you're never replacing Chadwick Boseman. No. He is Black Panther. He will always be Black Panther. Yeah. I get you can't get rid of the character, but I just feel like there's no real, because we haven't had closure with Chadwick Boseman, it's really difficult to get behind Shuri as the new Black Panther.
See, the problem is that because they've had to. To be fair, they didn't.
The hand is forced. Yeah, it's not their fault.
No,
they've done the best that they could with the hand that they were dealt. It's just unfortunate.
Film was bad.
I didn't like the way they went with it. I didn't like Nimrod or whatever the fuck his name was.
And he's meant to be the first mutant that they're bringing in as well. And considering this was, don't forget, this is after they bought Fox, which means they had the X-Men back. So my question is,
where's Wolverine?
Why haven't they just done the correct thing? In my opinion, if you're going to start a whole new thing, then kick it off with the X-Men. Kick it off with the X-Men. Make the X-Men your priority, because it's instant recognition.
They're saving that, mate. That's coming out with Deadpool 3, I'm telling you.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though, isn't it? Because if you're gonna try and give me Shang-Chi, which is an unknown, really, to most people, right? Shang-Chi's an unknown. So yes, all right, you send up a new hero and stuff, and that's great. But you open the door with Iron Man. It wasn't a big hero, but he was a known hero. Then you had Captain America. Then you had Thor. So you started building your Avengers. Whereas now you had the opportunity to sort of go, well, if we just sort of steer away from this universe for a bit, let that be going on. But we'll give you this other story where we're bringing in the X-Men and we're going to introduce these, like a Wolverine story. Yeah. Start with the X-Men with no Wolverine, and then next film's Wolverine, and then the film after that is the X-Men with Wolverine. And, you start building this new group, this alternate Avengers. They're not the Avengers, they're obviously the X-Men.
Yeah.
But you start building that story, then bring in some of the old Avengers and start giving their tales. Because you don't really need a Thor 4, do you really? Not really.
No.
So
you're just milking it at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. So if you'd have just brought Thor in and said, "Look, here's the money truck, fucking Hemsworth. Will you throw the hammer again?" You just go, "Yeah, of course." It's not going to be your film, but you're going to be thrown into a film now where you don't know who the X-Men are, and maybe you're going to fight one of the X-Men inside. You've done this in the Avengers. Lightning doesn't always strike twice in the same place, but everyone knows you. Everyone doesn't really know the X-Men at this point. So you've got a bit of a clash where, you're doing all that.
Do you know what the interesting thing is? Obviously, I'm just looking through the list here, and obviously, you never. So everything's geared towards an overarching bad guy. Yeah.
Yes.
So obviously, each each of them had their individual films, like you say, Iron Man, Hulk. Hulk. It was Edward Norton's Hulk, so we won't include that. Yeah. Iron Man, Thor, Captain America. Then you bring in the Avengers, and and you get your first glimpses of Thanos. Thanos isn't by any means the bad guy. In that, it's Loki, but you kind of you realise that
you get an image of the puppet master.
Yeah. That he is the one, and then obviously it moves on to fucking Ultron, being the mainstay, but ultimately they're always leading towards, from the first Avengers film, they're always leading towards Thanos.
Yeah, all paths lead to Thanos at this point.
And they've kind of tried. I feel that they've gone. They've opened up the multiverse with Doctor Strange, and the multiverse theory and everything, all like that. And you touched on it, say Shang-Chi, the Eternals, and then you throw in there Quantumania, and you start introducing, and with Loki, the TV series as well. You introduce Kang, and you're
who's going to be your big?
He's our next one.
Don't worry.
But it was done in such a I also think the problem is with the oversaturated. You now have 7 fucking TV shows going on. You've got WandaVision, you've got the fucking I was about to call it Arrow, but it's not. It's fucking Hawkeye. And you've got Loki, and you've got fucking everything else. You've got Ms. Marvel and that. There's too much fucking content.
Yeah.
And it's so if you don't watch Loki, you kind of misrepresent who Kang is. When you first see him in Quantumania, you kind of need to watch Loki. So if you haven't done that, you're almost banking on, with the films, you're kind of just okay, 2 films, 3 films a year, people are going to watch it. The minute you start throwing fucking, we've got all this extra fucking content. And also, when you throw in shit like that What If series as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just confuse the shit out of everyone, why don't you? Because we're just going to go, well, what if this fucking happened? Well, I don't really give a shit what happened now, but now you've put something else in my head. 8 episodes of that fucking crap. I've never watched it, but my friends told me about it, and I'm I don't even want to go down.
Ultimately, all just to answer the question in, it's not WandaVision. No, Multiverse of Madness, where Wanda's gone on a bit of a fucking mad turn, and you can go, oh, look. What if Agent Carter was actually looking Captain
Britain, wasn't it, and all the others? But and I just feel it's now, this is the problem. Oversaturation leads to if there's too much of something. Sometimes you just need to step back. Quantity isn't always quality, and this is what they've lost. I think they're money. We can make so much with this. We can pump this out here. We can do this. We can do this. And no one's took the step back and said, "Well, do we need to do this?"
It's also it's not only that. It's my time, your time, everyone's time. You're asking me to watch 6 episodes, a movie that ties into the 6 episodes, another 6 episodes that ties into another movie, but also slightly touches on this. And then I've got to watch Miss Marvel to understand the Marvels. And I'm like, well, hold on, guys. I'm getting my own wires crossed here. Now you're going to start doing second seasons of things, which is why we're talking about Loki. And that's going to give me more Kang that I've seen in Loki 1 and was the bad guy.
And once again, this can't be helped. But the Jonathan Majors external situation that's happening with him is kind of fucked them over a little bit, potentially. But once again, that's another external. It just seems that as we're heading into this phase, there are roadblock after roadblock, not of their own doing, i.e. Chadwick Boseman, Jonathan Majors, that unfortunately have been thrust upon them, but also the quality of the content. I mean, I've never been a massive Ant-Man fan. Quantum Mania I found just dull, boring. I went on this thing of watching Thor, watch Black Panther, watch Ant-Man, and I said to you, didn't I? I was like, I'm kind of done with Marvel. Marvel's kind of like, I don't find it entertaining anymore. I mean, I got Godfather. They pulled me back in with Guardians, but Guardians is always going to, like, Guardians standalone is fantastic. I love the Guardians.
And Guardians always sort of set itself.
Guardians is they're off in this universe doing this whatever on this planet and this whatever, and they are so brilliant as a group, as a collective. That it just works so well, and that's what worked with the original Avengers, because the group, they had a bit of everything for everyone. And I just feel that the new people, like I say, they're bringing in, they're struggling to find a foothold. You've got to replace people, and I think this is where you're going to find. Obviously, they didn't Cap and the Falcon and Winter Soldier, and you've now got Sam as Captain America. And I know it follows the comics and everything, for the large majority of people who watch the Marvel films aren't comic book fans and have never read the comics. Like,
that's why they did so well.
The comic books is a niche. The comic book is a niche audience of people watch it. So the main, like the larger number is of non-comic book readers. They might read some comic books now, but they didn't when they first come out. And you're like, you've got to replace these characters, and the people you're replacing with are second rate essentially. Like. Falcon is Falcon. He's not Captain America. People are going to struggle with that, Like Shang-Chi.
He's interim.
He's interesting, really. But where does he fit in as an Avenger? Essentially, if that's what he's going to become? Like Thor's off doing his daddy duty. It's just like Shuri as Black Panther. You're like, I don't know if I can get behind her as Black Panther, because my Black Panther is Chadwick Boseman.
The original Avengers just die off, really. And then
we've got the new Iron Man. It's Ironheart, right? That's Ironheart, that's her name, yeah. So she's the new Iron Man. Like, are people gonna get like? No, Tony Stark is my Iron Man. He's been my Iron Man for 11 years. Like through thick and thin, through 6 or 7 films, Tony Stark, Robert Downey Jr. is my Iron Man, not whoever. And it's not this girl's fault who's going to take the role. Like Ironheart is essentially a different character. She is in the comic books, but like I say, you're not pandering to a comic book crowd anymore. You've got a much larger audience that you've got to cater for, and essentially, maybe you should have just gone a completely different route. And maybe what you should have done, like you say, is gone. Let's do the X-Men. Let's do a few years of X-Men movies, completely standalone, away from the thing, and then we can tread back onto, can we bring in, because like I say, you've come to a climactic point. You've had the funeral of Iron Man. You've kind of, okay, cool. Spider-Man can do his own thing with Venom and whatnot because it's owned by Sony. It's something completely different, and people kind of understand that. And
still throw a character in if you want to bring some numbers.
100%. But like now that we've had all this, you've gone, okay, we've gone for 11 years, and now you're like, oh, by the way, this isn't the only universe. We've got multiple universes. Doctor Strange has just fucked up the multiverse. They're all open. There's time splitting everywhere. It's fucking all over the way. It's just too much fucking information, and it's just like you should have just, like you say, left alone. Stepped away for a number of years, done something different. You can still make Marvel movies, but without the Avengers. Not trying to let's straight away ram some more shit down your throat with some new people. Let's go X-Men. X-Men's such a fucking massive thing. Like reboot the X-Men.
Small and then just gradually build the amount of X-Men.
You can do. We'll start with Wolverine. We'll have a Wolverine movie. Like, who are your favourite fucking X-Men? You could do 2 or 3 different.
Cyclops.
You could retell the Avengers story that you told, but with X-Men. So you can do like your standalone Wolverine, do standalone Cyclops, standalone like your fucking Jean Grey Phoenix. Although the film they did was kind of shit, like Magneto, like Charles Xavier film, and then you come together and you've made gold once. You've got the recipe there.
Yeah,
follow that again.
Also, you can still have Kang as your bad guy.
Yeah,
right, because you can still put your end scene in. What they did brilliantly with the original is. Thanos was never really already picked as the actor. They just knew what Thanos fucking looked like.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to show Jonathan Majors or whoever's going to play Kang.
You just have him there in the background as like
you just have a silhouette,
a shadowy figure,
a guy in a chair, whatever it's got to be.
Yeah, what is more like disturbing than not knowing, like just having that shadowy figure that's looming large in the background,
allowing the internet to speculate and speculate and speculate, and then they hunger for it. They hunger
grows,
for the
doesn't it?
Piece.
The wanting that
grows.
What
am I going to know? What am I going to know at the end of this film? What they're going to give me? Is there going to be another piece to the puzzle? Am I going to start to see the bigger picture? Grow the intrigue. Don't just go, it's this.
Well, 100%, isn't it? Like, why did we sit and wait 10 minutes after the film's finished to watch 2 30-second clips? Because we were like, oh, what are they going to tell us? What's coming up? Yeah, that's gone.
I'm a hunger. Yeah, exactly, because I know it's Kang. I know he's coming. I know that he's got the multiverse. There's fucking 7 billion of him. Or something.
And ultimately, what this now means is that they can just regurgitate this shit over and over and over and over. But, I mean, we got Deadpool to look forward to, so.
Yeah. I'm hoping Deadpool's going to be
Deadpool's going to bring in
multiverse.
I'm hoping Deadpool's going to bring in some X-Men. I think he will. Yeah. Well, he is, because we know Hugh Grant. Hugh Grant? Fucking hell, it's not Hugh Grant.
Hey, it's going to come in. My fucking horrible voice thing. It's going to come in to everybody.
Oh, Deadpool.
Oh, Deadpool. Come on, put some wagyu
Wagyu Deadpool. It's like fucking Deadpool looks like a bit of wagyu. Fucking hell, he's got some marbling, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got some marbling, definitely.
But in saying this, right, this is our opinion. And we're obviously, I know we're like saying, oh, like we speak for a larger audience. We don't. We speak for ourselves, but we did run through the numbers, and the numbers are actually still pretty fucking solid in the production budget to worldwide. So I've got in here from we'll just quickly run through these from Endgame.
Yeah,
obviously, Far From Home, the next film,
mega money.
Well, we went through. Okay, so the only a few films have topped the bill, the billion mark, which leading up to, they went on a spate of how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 6 films in a row all did over a bill. There's only one that didn't. But before that point, they'd only had 4 films. Leading up to 2018, they'd only had 4 films from 2008 to 2018 that had reached a billion. And that was the first Avengers film, Iron Man 3, Age of Ultron, and Civil War. The only ones that hit the billion mark. Then they struck.
Iron Man 3 did. A lot of people hated Iron Man.
Well, it comes straight after the back of the first Avengers film.
Yeah,
so because the drop off for Thor: Dark World was Iron Man 3 1.2 billion, Thor: Dark World 640
Dark
million.
World is a fucking.
It's a shit film. It's a shit film. But so. Black Panther, and this is not surprising, Black Panther, like the first black superhero icon, essentially, in the franchise. Yes, I know we had, like, Sam, Falcon, but this is like a lead character, Black Panther, massive, meant so much, at the time. Obviously...
He's already teased as well in...
A Civil War. He was in Civil War, something, Black Panther... Production budget 200 million, worldwide box office 1.3 billion, followed by Avengers Infinity War 300 million, production budget 2 billion. Then the drop off, Ant-Man 130 million, production 620 million.
It's still good numbers, mate.
Double. Though, well, really. It's done. It's done really, really well. Then you've got Captain Marvel comes in, obviously first female Avenger. No, is that what they classed? Is that what it was? The first. It was the first
standalone, sort of like on her own female, wasn't it? Because
what I'm saying is like her.
Black Widow hadn't had a movie, had she?
So no. What I mean is, obviously, Captain America was the first Avenger. Was she, because of the time she technically got her powers and everything? Would she be the first superhero? I'm trying to think chronologically in time, because her film is like chronologically. No, her film chronologically is...
It's in the 90s, because they talk about Morax.
Yeah. So...
Morax was 93.
But anyway, we're digressing. Like Captain Marvel, 175 million production budget, 1.1 billion. Avengers Endgame, 400 million production budget, 2.7 billion. Nearly 3 billion. Then obviously Far From Home, 160 million production budget, 1.1 billion box office, worldwide box offices. And then obviously you've got you got to understand, Black Widow is pandemic height of the or pandemic. It didn't get released in cinemas. It went straight to streaming pay-per-view on Disney. 200 million to 379 million return. Shang-Chi was 150 million, returned 432 million. Eternals was 200 million production, returned 400 million. Then you get No Way Home, hit just under 2 billion from a 200 million production budget.
Just outside of pandemic, though, wasn't it?
That was 2021, December 2021.
Ooh, no, okay, fair enough.
And then Doctor Strange, 200 million, nearly a billion, 952 return million.
Yeah.
Thor: Love and Thunder, 250 million, but then returned 760. Black Panther was 250 million, 853 million return. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, 200 million. And Ant-Man's have done pretty poorly. This is average for an Ant-Man, 463 million return. And then back up with Guardians of the Galaxy, 250 million production budget, 845 million return. So they're actually, apart from a couple of standalones, Eternals, which no one really knew what the Eternals was. The Eternals was like a weird ensemble. Yeah. Shang-Chi, completely new. Don't know who Shang-Chi is, don't know like this, so you can understand that. Black Widow was on Disney, so it was never going to make the kind of returns. And Ant-Man, they're the four that didn't hit over 500 million. And Ant-Man historically has not done well. So the first Ant-Man film done 500 million, Ant-Man and the Wasp did 600 million, and then the third one did 460. So they've never done the gangbuster numbers, but everything else, you're looking at your 700, 800, 900 millions, of the recent films. So to say that they're not getting the numbers, like I say,
there's a distinct drop off, but that I think the pandemic is not.
But there's not a drop off. This is what I'm saying. There isn't a drop off because other than when you hit the gravy train, which is from Black Panther, which is when you start hitting your billions. But let's put that into context. You've got Black Panther, it's the first black superhero icon, amazing, like the time when it came out and everything as well, like Wakanda Forever, Then you've got Infinity War, was always going to be fucking huge. You've got Captain Marvel, like female, empowerment movement going on at the same time. So that was always going to be massive. Endgame, ridiculous to think that it wasn't going to be fucking huge.
Everything's going to be
Far
massive.
From Home was the first film after Endgame. How are they going to deal with the fact that like Iron Man is no more? So it kind of makes, and then you obviously hit the pandemic. So take those films out because those films each have a reason why they're going to be fucking massive. Like their numbers are all around. Thor Ragnarok, 850 million return. Homecoming, 878 million. Guardians 2, 870 million. Doctor Strange original one was 700 million. The first Guardian 770, the first Winter Soldier 700 million, Thor Dark World 6. So they're actually hitting the same. They average between 600 to 800 million. Yeah. Other than that spate where they hit fucking gold, because you're coming to the climax of the phase, essentially. So as much as we're saying like, oh, it's oversaturated and everything, they're still doing massive numbers. And even if you turn around and say, well, Ant-Man didn't do great, none of the Ant-Mans have done anywhere near the numbers the others have. So you kind of like, you've got to take
lower
that
budget in respect as well.
Well, it's a little 200 million on the newest Ant-Man.
I suppose they expected more because of the Kang sort of tie-in.
Yeah, possibly. I think it's more like I'd be interested to see the numbers on the TV stuff, but you're never going to get true numbers from the streaming services. They never give it to you. But so I think there's a drop off in quality, but maybe not so much a drop off that we think that there is.
I think there's a lot of people who still believe that we can get a really good, movie, a really good Marvel movie, and everyone's hoping that, oh, is it going to be this one? Oh, is it going to be this one? Oh, is it going to be this one?
Well, let's look at the slate for the next few here. Up until 2025, okay, right. When they start then naming unnamed Marvel movie, okay. So you've got November, so almost a month, we're getting the Marvels.
Yeah, which I'll probably go and see.
Then you've got next year in July, you've got Captain America: Brave New World, which will be interesting. First outing as Sam as Cap, essentially. Yeah. Then you've got Thunderbolts, how many people know about the Thunderbolts, how many people are
Thunderbolts,
interested.
they're the sort of bad guys, aren't
it's
they?
going to be it's going to be an interest. It could hit Guardians of the Galaxy, kind of like you could be like, whoa, but then look how shit Suicide Squad done with DC.
Yeah.
But then again, DC is a whole different ballgame. And then one that I'm really looking forward to, February 2025, Blade. I love Blade. I think Blade's brilliant, like a brilliant character. I love Blade.
One of the most original fucking Marvel interims.
And then the redo of Fantastic Four, which once again, like, you worry for Fantastic Four just because, like, well, what happened to all the other Fantastic Fours? They've been shit. They've all flopped, so it's an interesting take to do that. The Marvels will be an interesting one. Because obviously with the TV show, I don't know how well Ms. Marvel done. I'm currently going through it with my daughter, trying to get my daughter into superhero stuff, and she's I do like the idea behind her and that, but I don't know how it's going to work. Like with Carol Danvers, her and I can't remember the other girl.
I know what you mean. I can't
but and then like Captain America, I worry for Brave New World because like I said earlier, I don't know how well like Sam is going to be received as the new Cap. How like Anthony Mackie's going to be. Anthony Mackie's a great character. Yeah. But is he the leading man? We had this conversation before. Like, is he really like the top leading man? Like, he done well in Twisted Metal, but is he strong enough to carry Captain America in a standalone movie? It will be interesting.
Couldn't carry Altered Carbon. I know that season 2 of Altered Carbon.
No. So it's risky moves by Marvel, and like I say, the Thunderbolts. We could be looking at the next Guardians in terms of like massive, or it could be like an Ant-Man kind of chat, like where we're like, not really that great.
Because again, it's a lot of the not villains, but almost villains, almost the anti-heroes. So you've got Agent United Agent, US Agent.
US Agent is obviously the guy who was in Kurt Russell's son, isn't it? Wyatt Russell.
Who's going to be the new Captain America in the TV show. Yeah. You've got.
Well, he was the new Captain America, wasn't he? Yeah. Essentially, and then he was like just become a bit fucking mental.
Florence Pugh.
Super serum is not for everyone.
No, it's not. Especially when it's not the original.
No. Tainted bullshit.
Yes, Florence Pugh was also.
I can never remember what her character name is.
No, I can't remember. Essentially, she's going to be the new Black. Essentially.
Yeah.
I don't know who else is in the Thunderbolts.
You're asking me. That's a stupid question, mate.
I can't remember who else is in it.
That's fucking rich when you need him. The Thunderbolts are dun dun dun. Oh, Zemo. Barrett Helmut Zemo.
Yes. Zemo the dancer.
So the Thunderbolts was renamed Dark Avengers. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Dark Avengers thing.
Oh, I didn't realise they were Thunderbolts. The Thunderbolts became the Dark Avengers. Okay, Thunderbolts series announced team led by the Winter Soldier, Contessa Valentine Allegra Deforta. She's the woman. Hang on, isn't she the woman who?
I'm not sure, sir.
Isn't Contessa Valentina? Isn't she the played by the woman that like she's the one who gave US Agent?
Yes. She's played.
So she's an older lady, obviously. She's obviously going to be like maybe the Amanda Waller of the group, maybe. I don't know.
So, yeah.
Black Widow. Well, she's dead. I think it'll be her. So it's going to be.
Well, the new.
Like Florence Pugh, Sharon Carter, which is what. She thingy's daughter.
Agent.
She's hang on, Sharon Carter. Isn't she the one who's gone rogue?
Yes.
She was Agent 99, or not Agent 99, but you know what I mean. Agent
something number.
Yeah.
And then
they go to her in.
Is it Falcon?
Falcon and Winter Soldier, don't they? Yeah. And then you realise she's like a dub, like she's selling secrets to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because she's the daughter. She's the granddaughter of
Agent Carter.
Isn't she? Yeah. White Widow. There you go. That's who thingy's going to be, the White Widow. Red Guardian. Oh no, it means we get more like Russian Harper.
Yeah, Russian. What's his name? Russian Harper.
Shang-Chi and US Agent. Oh, that's
Shang-Chi's in that.
Yeah, that's what you got here. Motley Crue. This is in July 23. The Thunderbolt series was announced. Team lined up by Winter. Interesting. Hang on, it says including Black Widow. So hold on. In 2023, in July 2023, a new Thunderbolt series was announced. Oh, right. Okay, no, this is comic book. Sorry, they're releasing a new comic book series with those in it. Right, gotcha.
But it makes sense for them to do that and still keep the characters that they can.
So it's the future's interesting for Marvel. I myself personally, I just feel that there's a lack of quality at the moment. It's not as engaging or as engrossing. Maybe it's because I'm all superheroed out, like I said. But it does seem like there is still a clamour if you look at the worldwide box office.
Now we're going to talk about the other superheroes. Other superheroes.
I think
keep this.
I was going to say, I think this is like so easy to see what the issue is here.
Yes, we've talked about it many times. Many times, and it's not Zack Snyder, although he can get in the bin if he doesn't do a fucking.
Wow, hang on. Can I just say I've actually just got totals actually down the bottom of averages and totals for Marvel quickly, just before we move on. So 44 movies. Right. Does that include? They may have included, even though they haven't. Well, I don't know if 44 is correct because it looks like it might be two.
Like a fucking lot.
They might have included the ones that are yet to come out, but they just haven't included the titles for them because there's about 7 or 8 up there. Maybe 10 actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So yeah, that would make it 33, which is more correct, I would say. Anyway, so out of all the movies that have been released so far, right, the average production budget is 200,890,000.
That is not as high as you would think it is.
Well, don't forget they didn't really hit many. They didn't start hitting the regular 200s until Civil War came out. Only 2 films before Civil War hit the 200 million budget. The rest of them are all like 130s, 140s, 150s.
I think so they'd spend more money.
200 million budget. Obviously, Endgame was 400 million, the most expensive so far, and Infinity War was 300. But you understand why. So Avengers averages 200 million. Production budget, average box office of all the films so far, 923 million. In total, 6.5 billion production budget for all films so far. Returns 29 billion.
Jesus, that's good.
29.5 billion.
I'm totally rich.
ain't done bad, is that old fucking Feige? He ain't done bad, has he? Fucking bastard.
The mouse is laughing as he dives into his Scrooge McDuckian style fucking.
But what's really fucking interesting is when you get into the DC. Now, this does not include. This is the DCEU. This doesn't include standalone Batman films. The Keaton Batmans, R. Pat's Batman doesn't include them. It's Man of Steel up to Aquaman 2. So, it does include Shazam, Birds of Prey, because they're technically classed in the same universe. Batman has its and the other Superman.
Matt Reeves' Batman.
But like the Joker, it doesn't include obviously Joker because that's they're standalone. They're in a different universe. We all know this. So yeah, and obviously yes, like I say, started with Man of Steel, goes up to December this year when Aquaman comes out. 15 films on the slate. I'll just tell you this quickly before we get into it about it, just to go over the averages. The average production budget is 178 million. The worldwide box office return average 480 million.
Oof.
Not good. And the total 2.6 billion spent on production budget, returns 6.7 billion.
Oof. I mean,
they've not even 3x their return.
No, that is disappointing. I imagine
they've only just over 2x'd it. They're 2.5x on their investment. No wonder they're fucking pulling their hair out and we ain't got a clue what to fucking do. But
I mean, you were saying their average is 176 million on spend.
176. 178. Sorry.
Yeah, and that travesty of the fucking Flash movie spent 300 million, I believe.
2. Production budget of 2. Yeah, don't forget this isn't including marketing and all that. It's obviously going to be more because you've got to throw marketing and stuff. But it says a production budget of 200 million. It's what it's got on here.
I thought they had 300 million for that. Hold on. I'm gonna have to quickly.
Does that include everything though?
No. This was like just production. This was just.
I mean, we've just spent like 20 minutes talking about numbers, and you're going to shit all over it now, aren't you?
Well, I shouldn't, because I'm sure I heard it was 300 million that they on the Flash. So I think they spent a lot on reshoots. They say around two. No, they do still say
200 mil. Yeah.
I read that they'd spent.
We've already ascertained in this pod you can't read, so.
True. Well, I'm going to deny it. I could have swore I heard that they spent like 300 million because like they'd had X amount of reshoots with it.
Maybe. Well, maybe this isn't including the. Well, no, because of course that's still part of production. They definitely didn't spend any money on CGI, that's for sure.
No, they did not. Oh, God.
But yeah, so as we said earlier, like the problem with DC is like they're trying to run before they can walk. Like
yes.
we've just explained what made Marvel so great, their ability to build characters before they decided to do this like giant team up event, which was the Avengers. You know, they built Iron Man, they built Captain America, they got them a following, they like built them their own platform to stand on. And essentially what they did is they released Man of Steel. And I kind of feel a little bit sorry for Man of Steel because I feel Man of Steel was made as a standalone film but then got dragged into the EU, because the DCEU, because Man of Steel came out in 2013, and then the very next film, it's like without any setup. Now I know you don't have to set up Batman and you don't have to set up Superman essentially, but
no, not really.
It also feels like because Wonder Woman plays such a pivotal part in Dawn of Justice that her film didn't come like for another year. Like, why couldn't you have done, like a Batman movie and got Ben Affleck as Batman before? So you do Man of Steel, you then do a Batman movie, then do a Wonder Woman movie, and then you get
Cyborg, who had his movie cancelled.
Well, this is the thing. You're introducing. Well, they come into Justice League, don't they? Just for Batman versus Superman, obviously. Yeah. You would go.
You see, I would have put a Batman versus Superman movie after a Justice League, so that you've got a.
Yeah, but they kind of, but they've buddied up by then, haven't they? Like the whole.
No, but what I'm saying is that if you had like, you know, say you had your Man of Steel, then you had your Batman, then you threw an Aquaman film in, then you had a team up, like like early Avengers, where it's just lower numbers. And then you, at the end of the team, if you had a bit of friction between Batman and Superman, and then you did, I don't know, Wonder Woman 2, then you did this BVS sort of movie because everyone wanted a BVS movie, but I think it needed more build up, not just brooding Batman going, he destroyed my building in Metropolis, I'm all pissed off now.
I don't. It would have been an interesting way to do it. I also think like we say, quality over quantity, and there definitely wasn't quality. It
wasn't even quantity though, dude. That was the problem. It wasn't even quantity.
No. But what I mean is, it's like, let's get fucking Wonder Woman, Batman. Let's get Lex Luthor. Let's fucking go. And you're like,
they shouldn't have done that Lex Luthor either. That was.
I
like.
Do you know what? I didn't mind. I didn't mind it. It wasn't terrible. Like to me, like I have a thing with Batman anyway. I struggle to tell you if Batman's bad because I love Batman. Like it could be a shit film, and I'm still like, no, it's fucking Batman. Leave me alone, you fuckers. But just the whole concept of it. Okay, he's built this fucking super suit, which you're like, okay, and he's harnessed kryptonite. He's got a shard and he's able to, and you're like, okay, cool. And he's about to kill he's about to kill like Superman, and then the whole fucking like Martha. Where'd you hear that name? Well, it's my mum's name. Oh, it's my mum's name too. We could be brothers. It's like it was. You're sitting there watching the game. Fuck off! You're just about to kill him, and to see his mum's name's Martha, you're like, oh, cool. My name's Martha too. What else do we share? Certainly not values.
I want to save the world.
Certainly not values and ideals, because you're fucking the furthest point away from values and ideals. I did like that they made Batman an aggressive asshole in the fact that he'd brand people. I thought that was wicked. I loved that. Like, yeah, Batman, you fucking be an arsehole for once. Love it. But ultimately, the film was lackluster. And then you go into the Suicide Squad, and that was fucking bullshit, you know. And you're just like that, like the whole. I just like it's poor decision making. I'm with the DCUU. It's poor decision making, trying to walk before they can run. They're like, we do the Batman kind of team up movie. Then we're going to do the Suicide Squad team up movie. Well, where's your building of any of these? Like, why should we root?
Care?
Why should we?
I care?
What about any of these fucking characters? Yeah. Like Harley Quinn is probably the only one you could turn around and say, I actually care about Harley Quinn because we know who Harley Quinn is, and like, you know, Harley Quinn is that fun. But Captain Boomerang, well, he's fucking wank. Like, that was absolute fucking horse shit. Let's be honest. The geezer that fucking... I can't even remember the fucking geezer that decided to have his head blown off because he's going to fucking zip line up a wall. Oh, he was fucking useless. What the fuck's his name? Captain Numbnuts. Like, you know, he's just like fucking flame
Diablo, isn't it? Diablo?
No, Diablo's the fucking geezer who sets himself on fire. I mean, you know the geezer, the Mexican geezer who's like, Captain Boomerang's I don't think we've got a bomb in our head, mate. He's like, never do. I just fucking... And it's like, okay, I'll blow your fucking head off. And Captain Boomerang's like, maybe I ain't going to do that. But like, and like the Flamo geezer, this is like, yeah, you don't want to see me, mate. You don't want to see who I am. And then he turns into fucking the Rastafarian fucking like flame geezer at the end. Who's fucking dreadlocks. He's like, and it's like, what the fuck is this bullshit? And ultimately, then he just like someone just goes and puts him out.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, just suck all the oxygen out of him. He's done. You know,
I don't think Will Smith was a good dead shot though either.
Once again, like, you know what we were talking about like we've said this about putting people in a role just because they assume that the name value is going to sell. That's what they did with Will Smith, and Will Smith's a shit.
He was a better fucking Hancock than he was a fucking dead shot.
Like I say, Margot Robbie. Yep. 100%, she's quality. The whole scene where she was like having voices in her head, you know, and she's getting changed in front of him and everything. Like that are the brilliant scenes.
Margot Robbie's a fucking quality actress.
But just the rest of it, I don't mind Rick Flag. I can never remember the geezer's name.
Joel.
Yeah, Kinnaman, something like that. Yeah, I quite liked him as Rick Flag. But once again, like, you've got no reason to root for any of these characters. You like, no. It's what I say.
You should, because they're villains.
Yeah, but ultimately, the goal is to get you to root for them, right?
Yeah, of course.
Like and I just feel that they're trying to run before they can walk, and they're like, no, we need to catch up with Marvel as quickly as possible because we want to be getting some of their billion dollar franchises.
I mean, like, Christ, you could have banged out 3 fucking Superman movies and made realistically. Yeah. Realistically. 1 Batman movie would have probably made close to it.
So
if you'd have done it same Batman, you could have done the same Batman, you could have done him doing the whole brand nonsense, which I was not keen on, but we won't get into that. But that's because I don't like my Batman to do that, but that's me. But you know, you did all this great thing where he's got all these cool tech things, but you didn't build me this character. You just went, here's Batman, got loads of money, builds mechs. And I'm going, has he taken out any, named villains? Do I care that he's hard? Or are you just going to go, he's a billionaire, he's got loads of buildings, and he's Batman, and people have occasionally heard about the Bat from Gotham.
Do you think they just went, well, everyone knows who Batman is, so we don't need to do anything?
I suspect they did, but then they still did the origin story in there,
which bugs the fuck out of me because like how many you can't read that's why I liked Spider-Man. We didn't get a fucking origin story with Spider-Man with Tom Holland Spider-Man. It's just like he got bit by a spider. Cool, we all know this. You're like Bruce Wayne, parents dead. Cool, moving on. But the interesting thing is like you think they'd have learnt their lesson. Although Batman, Superman, Dawn of Justice did make 872 at the box office. Suicide Squad.
But that simply came off the back of it was Batman and Superman fighting each
other.
Well,
Suicide Squad 745, and then Wonder Woman 817 million. Okay, so they actually didn't start bad. It started
but I think
quite
everyone
well.
Was in that everyone was in that superhero. I need more superhero from a superhero.
But it dropped off quite dramatically to 650 for the first Justice League.
And that's shocking because that's a team up.
But once again, no groundwork built. Here's the Flash. Here's fucking like Ray Fisher, Cyborg.
Yeah. The only thing you've ever seen the Flash in before is in BVS when he just pops his head through a window in.
And ultimately,
world.
people like people are like, well, he runs like a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
Like Grant Gustin is my Flash. Like Jay's doing some running. Yeah, Grant Gustin is a lot of people's Flash by this point. Yeah. You know, there was a clamour for him, and he didn't get it. Yeah, 100%. And like I say, and Aquaman as well. Like Aquaman coming out of it, as I'm going to tell you in a minute, like was obviously the only high point because Aquaman was the very next film to release, and it's the only DCEU movie that hit over $1 billion. 160 million budget, 1.1 billion on release.
Because everyone wanted
major
to see
numbers.
A dripping
half-naked Jason
Momoa.
Fuck's sake. And then, mate, it just dropped off a fucking cliff.
Yeah,
because cliff.
Everyone's done with it then.
Everyone's nothing.
Okay.
Well, nothing after Aquaman hit over 400 million. Nothing.
That is bad.
So realistically, that total of 6.7 billion, if you took out the first 5 films in the franchise, which done 870, 740, 817, 650, and 1.1 billion, fuck me, they ain't made fuck all money.
No, they made fucking nothing.
Because, here you go, so, like, Shazam and Birds of Prey, low budgets, sub 100 million, they made 300 and 200 respectively.
So not a bad return for you, sub 100, really.
Terrible fucking films.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman, 200 budget, 160 return. Suicide Squad, 185 budget, 160 return. Black Adam, I solely believe this is because they fucking told you all Superman was coming back. 200 million budget, 390 return. Shazam 2, 125, only just made it back at 132. The Flash only just made 200 million production, only just made 267. And
just to enter in with the Flash, apparently they reckon with the marketing, 400 million.
Lost.
400 million.
Blue Beetle, 120, 128 return. Now, any of those that are close, like we're saying, this is just production budget. This does not include marketing and other bits and pieces. They all lost money. Yeah. Like Wonder Woman lost
big money,
epic amounts of money. Suicide Squad, epic amounts of money. Black Adam, probably they made not a massive amount. Like Shazam, they lost money, even though the box office is higher than the production. That doesn't include everything, so they lost money. And obviously this is just they are still going to have DVD sales and everything and whatnot.
Yeah.
But
it's box office that matters, really. It is box office.
What's really interesting, I want to actually get on here. Can I search a particular movie?
Can see internet.
Yeah, I want the numbers for The Batman.
Now the Batman did well, if I remember correctly.
So the Batman production budget 200 million, worldwide box office 370.
Ooh.
Oh no, sorry. 3. What have I got here? Oh, hang on, no. Why is that? Okay, that's got a really weird, convoluted system that it's got there. 370 million.
Which is almost doubling its money, but I think they probably had quite a fair bit of marketing for the Batman as well. But it's getting a sequel.
No, that can't. Hang on, no, that can't be right. Because it's saying it's saying worldwide box office 3.8 times production. Oh no, sorry, that's America. Hang on. All-time worldwide box office. Here we go. 765 million.
There we go. That sounds more realistic.
Sorry, that was my bad. I was reading that wrong. So worldwide, 765 million. It turned back the Batman. So far exceeded. Like it puts it up there in the same
after pandemic as well.
Obviously standalone Batman. R-Pats. A lot of people didn't want R-Pats as Batman, but obviously So DC has. It's an interesting pathway they're going to go on with Snyder. I feel like they have great standalone IPs.
Yeah.
obviously Snyder's job is to bring them all together. Oh, not Snyder, sorry. Sorry, I keep saying Gunn. Snyder's job was to bring it together, failed miserably. Yeah. The little bit of a thing in there with Joss Whedon as well, who absolutely fucked the series as well. But yeah, so Gunn's come in and he's got to like build this universe.
And probably not with anywhere near Snyder's budget, I would imagine.
Probably not. I think it's good. I don't hold out.
Warner Brothers are hemorrhaging money.
I don't hold out hope that this is going to be the win that people want. I think he's going to make some great standalone films, but I don't think we're going to get a universe quite like what Marvel. I don't think it's possible to build what Marvel built.
No.
Anymore.
No, and not on the fucking dead bodies of fucking the Snyderverse, if I'm honest. Because you've got a lot of people in the Snyderverse camp, restore the Snyderverse, Snyderverse is the best. You should have let Zack see out his fucking image, blah blah.
And I think the world's changed as well.
It has. It's image of superhero movies, which is about sort. Not massively, I suppose, but enough that me and you, very big superhero fans, right? We're both going.
I did enjoy. I went to cinema with my daughter to see Blue Beetle, and I must say I did really enjoy Blue Beetle. But I enjoyed Blue Beetle not for the story, not for like Blue Beetle was a superhero thing, just for the family, the characters. I really enjoyed the family dynamic with Zolo, well Jaime, sorry, like Zolo's his real name, like Jaime and his family. But I get why it was panned.
They already did that tale with they already did that story sort of thing with Shazam though, didn't they? Where they made all the Shazam characters.
Well, yeah, but obviously they're trying to tap into the Latino market, aren't they? With Blue Beetle, and like it's understandable. Like Marvel did it with certain bits and pieces. But yeah, I don't think it was like I say the story was shit, but I enjoyed it for what it was in terms of like I say a few of the characters, like George Lopez as the uncle especially was brilliant. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I just
and he's going to do TV series now. Peacemaker didn't do too bad. I quite liked Peacemaker.
I think you got to look at
and Peacemaker seems to be the only character who are returning to the DCEU, the new DCEU.
I think they struck gold with John Cena as Peacemaker. To be honest, I think they got very, very lucky with that.
But they went dark with it. They went dark with Peacemaker.
Well, so, I kind of think that, it's, let's go fucking blood and guts.
Well, he went blood and guts, but he also went comical, which is probably what James Gunn does best.
I think if you'd have gone like fucking, like real dark mass murder, fucking like Punisher kind of thing,
I mean, that's one thing that we avoided from the Marvel thing, is the fact Daredevil's coming back, but they're going to
we kind of
actors, but not.
But I 100% agree. Charlie Cox is Daredevil, like John Bernthal is Punisher. If like they are still to this day the Netflix ones, which aren't technically Marvel. Like Marvel didn't really have anything to do with like Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, the Defenders, other than saying you can use these, you can make what you like, but we're having the Marvel logo on the screen, and we'll get a pretty penny for it as well. Like they are like. You can't change those characters. Even though I didn't like Iron Fist so much, I quite like the lad who played Danny Rand. Luke Cage, I didn't mind him. Misty Knight, I thought was a cool character. I think you could bring her back with her fucking arm, with her metal arm now.
They brought one of the characters back, didn't they? Kingpin. They brought Kingpin back, and he's quality. Anyway.
Vincent D'Onofrio is fucking brilliant. When you do Michael Clarke Duncan. Like R.I.P. dude, him as Kingpin, he was fucking a piece of horse shit. Like Vincent D'Onofrio is brilliant, but he's a fucking top level actor, top level, really underrated.
And he's scary considering like he's a large man, but you feel
well, he is Kingpin. He is exactly how Kingpin is. Like I really enjoyed them. And like I say, if they wanted to bring back Punisher and put some other random geezer in there, I'd have been like, nah, fuck off. John Bernthal is everything, you know. And Charlie Cox is fantastic as well.
Yeah, absolutely nailing it as fucking Daredevil. Absolutely nailing it.
And they were dark. They were really, really dark.
They were dark.
Proper.
Now, will the new Daredevil, will they build on the fact that, like, okay, dark worked though?
They've got to. They've got to. If they powder puff Daredevil, I think people will complain.
Yeah. I think you're right there. I think you're right. I don't think you can.
And Disney have, like, we know our sales, our rated sales. Fucking look at Deadpool.
Yeah. But that was Fox originally.
Yeah, I know, but it's still, what I'm saying is, like,
First Disney movie.
It's an R-rated. You know, what I'm saying is, it's an R-rated superhero movie, and it sold fucking gangbusters. So you know, R-rated movies in the superhero category work. So there's no reason why they shouldn't make Daredevil or Punisher just like they were in the as they were on Netflix.
I mean, Deadpool was smart to do the almost cut version for kids.
What, where he's riding a fucking unicorn on the cover?
Yeah. And he's telling it like a bedtime story or something.
Well, it's Fred Savage, isn't it? It's the Princess Bride, isn't it? It's a piss take on the Princess Bride, but you got an adult Fred fucking Savage. Like, oh, it's great.
Ryan Reynolds is just slaying it though. He's a fucking legend.
So
he just got the what's it called, award for comedy, Robin Williams Award for comedy.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
nice.
He just got the Robin Williams Award for comedy. He deserves it. He's quality.
Absolutely, I mean,
brilliant.
We're clocking up some time here, so do you want to wrap up with this so we can get on to the quiz? What's your final thoughts on where either or the universes are going to go and superhero movies as a whole?
Right, just briefly then, Marvel. I'd like to think Marvel are going to pull it back, but I think they're going to steadily push along. I think Gunn really gets one chance. I really think Gunn just gets one chance, and I think if he fucks, I know it's not going to be his first project. But I think if he fucks Superman Legacy up, they're not going to forgive him. No one will forgive him. And I think he'll be out the door.
That's his actual directorial debut in like DC, isn't it?
He's wrote the story, he's done everything with it. So fingers crossed. But he's changed Superman. That's going to put a lot of people in. Even though the era of Superman he's doing, it makes sense to go for it.
Although he's picked the most lookalike fucking Superman you could ever fucking pick.
Yes, 100%. Not his son.
It's like Henry Cavill's clone.
So my feeling on the DC thing is like you really bite to the apple. You got to write Aquaman 2 off at this point. Is
Aquaman's 2... not his? It's not his film.
No, it's the final film in the DCEU Snyder
pre-gun.
Yeah. So that's basically my feelings on it. I think Marvel will push along and maybe they'll strike something. I think what you got to hope is that, like I say, they do a sort of Deadpool kills the multiverse and it brings it all back together. Because the problem with doing the multiverse is you're going too far wide and not keeping like not strictly straight narrative, but with all these offshoots, people just get confused and they just go, I don't care enough to follow 17 stories that I hope are going to come back to one. So I think what they should learn is that Deadpool's got to do what Deadpool does best, which is kill the fucking strains of the fucking multiverse, which sounds like he's going to do, because he's going to pull all loads of old characters together and sort of just kill them off.
Yeah.
Basically. So that's what I'm hoping for. Whether that happens, I don't know. Deadpool 3 is going to be an interesting one regardless, I think. And then, like I say, I think Gunn really just gets one bite of the apple. I know he's got a big plan laid out with Peter Safran.
Something like that.
But I think if they fuck it, and I don't think even if he does fuck it, but if it doesn't make the numbers, I think Warner Bros. Is on its arse. And as I said in that rumour to you today, which isn't just speculation, then maybe they get somebody else involved after that. I don't think comic book movies are going to go away. But
no, because as we said with the Marvel films, they are still actually making decent amounts of money.
Exactly. But I think his budget's going to be slashed.
Yeah.
and that, not that you need a massive budget, but to do what I think they want to do is gonna need some money. You know, I mean, look what's happened with, just to interim a little bit into superheroes. Look what's happened with Star Wars. Star Wars, a massive franchise, and then now they've just cut it all back.
The thing is, they got to make their money back, haven't they? Disney got to make their money back with Star Wars. Spent a lot of fucking money, so they need to regurgitate film after film after film to try and make that money back.
That's it, mate. And you know,
this is the problem with, like, this is why movies are dying, but games are like, you don't need to, like, Xbox buying Bethesda. Blizzard, and Bethesda and Activision Blizzard. Like, they don't need to, like, they can release any kind, like, they're not bound by, like, okay, we're stuck in this universe of games. They can release whatever they fucking want. Like, essentially,
you haven't got to pay huge actors to pay their wages either.
Like, they're tied in. It's so interesting. Like, myself personally, I think the X-Men need to come into Marvel ASAP. I think we need something fresh. I think we're stale at the moment, and I think the X-Men bring in something fresh. I think if you get the casting right for X-Men and you go slightly darker with X-Men, I think you could nailing Wolverine is a must. Getting the right person to play Wolverine is fucking huge. You get that down, I think you can open yourself up a really nice pathway, because I look at the rest of the slate for Marvel, and there's individual films that I really am interested in, i.e. Blade. But other than that, I'm like looking at it going, I don't know, that could be hit or miss. That, like, Fantastic Four, really worried that Fantastic Four, I don't see how they no one's made it work yet, so how are they going to make it work? You know, Kang is just falling flat on his arse at the moment as a like overarching villain.
He's been revealed too soon, in my opinion. He's been revealed
exactly.
Way too soon.
I just don't know. I think, like, bringing in the X-Men is needed now, because they will sell. If you get it right, they will sell.
You've got to do Doom. You've got to do Doctor Doom.
Oh, well, Fantastic Four.
And I tell you what could save Marvel, if they bring in Doom in Fantastic Four and he just straight up kills all the Kangs, because I'm the fucking real problem. And then it's all been a red herring all along.
Yeah. Which that would engross people. That would actually be cool. As far as DC goes, I think you're right. I think it's a one hit. If he fails with Superman, if Superman falls flat on his ass, it could be curtains. I think DC, like, the one good thing about DC is its standalone films are doing well, which means there's always going to be some form of DC floating around. You're always going to get Batman. You're always going to get a Joker. You're always going to get a Superman. But with them being able to create an extended universes, they were too late to the party. They tried to run before they could walk. They messed it up massively. And the problem is they've created such bad feeling amongst the moviegoers. Like,
they've split the fan base as well. They've split their fan base.
Like, if I say to you, new DC movie coming out, you just look like you're only as good as the last shit you've done. At the moment, Marvel was like Marvel were on a Guardians of the Galaxy high. Their last fucking film they released was absolutely amazing. Last film that DC released, Blue Beetle, fucking panned. No one went to fucking see it. The Flash before that, absolute fucking epic pile of shit.
And I was excited for the Flash.
Aquaman's an interesting one, because Aquaman could actually pull people back in, but there is so much controversy looming around that film with fucking, once again, it's not fucking DC's fault that Amber Heard's an absolute twat. A bit like Marvel.
She's throwing shade now as well. She's throwing shade.
Well, of course she is, because they've gone, we don't like you, cut her out of the fucking film.
Well, she's saying that he was pissed all the time.
Well, of course she fucking would do, wouldn't she? Because she's a fucking horrible, narcissistic bitch. A bit like her and Jada should, like, fucking, they should.
Get in the bin!
Yeah, they should definitely get in the fucking
together. They can huddle together for warmth on the fucking landfill.
No one's watching that.
But it'd be
That's
interesting.
right,
That comes out in December. Aquaman. So it'd be interesting where that goes. But ultimately, yes, it's not part of the larger new project that he's got going on. But it would be a good starting point for the new project. It being the last of the old guard, if you will. If that can do some gangbusters, the last Aquaman film did 1.1 billion. If that could do anywhere close to 700-800 million, it would put it on like early days of the DCEU. So it put it on a good standing. Like I say, you're only as good as your last film, so that gives him a good launching pad. I think that still remains to be seen if that will happen.
Yeah, I think, ladies and gents, that puts a cap on that.
Yeah.
Both while we were both wearing caps. Now I've got to put my thinking cap, because TJ is going to hit me with some quiz questions.
Oh, I love this one. I like this quiz. It's the unnamed, unannounced, unready, unfiltered. We've gone on far too long with this podcast quiz. Woohoo!
Right. Come on then, mate.
So,
fucking hit me with it.
Okay, so the quiz this week, it's movie-based. Movie and TV-based, potentially.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to give you two actors' names.
Right.
And both of these actors have played the same character. Okay. You need to tell me the character.
Fuck. Here we go.
Okay. All right.
At least I haven't got to read the names out.
Okay. So, like, do you want me to give you a warm-up tester one to just see?
You got 6?
I've got 6.
You can do this?
I got 6.
Okay, all right. Okay. Give me a warm-up.
So a nice easy one for you. Michael Fassbender and Sir Ian McKellen.
Oh, they both played Magneto.
Yeah, simple. So it's an easy quiz, right? Easy quiz. Okay. Quiz starts now. Okay. Tom Hardy and Topher Grace.
Both played Venom.
I wasn't sure if you'd know who Topher Grace was.
Yeah, I know Topher Grace.
Okay. Mads Mikkelsen and Anthony Hopkins.
Oh, I feel like I do know this.
This is the one that blurs.
Hannibal.
Hannibal Lecter. Well done.
Hannibal.
Well done. So it blurs the lines because it's movie and TV. But easy one for you. Robert Downey Jr., Benedict Cumberbatch.
Oh, Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes. Okay. I should have made these fucking harder. Fuck's sake. I got one that you might struggle with. Thomas Jane and Dolph Lundgren.
Oh, The Punisher.
Fuck's sake, I thought if I don't put John Bernthal in there, you might not get that one. No. 1, 2, 3, that's 4. That's the last one. Fucking hell, this is too easy. I made these too fucking easy. Damn bastard. Okay. Tim Allen and Chris Evans.
Ooh.
I
do know this.
Fuck off. No!
I do know this. Buzz Lightyear.
No, they were both Captain America. Didn't you see the rough cut where Tim Allen, two-time Tim, come out of his shield? Fuck it! I made them far too easy. Fuck's sake, I'm really disappointed in myself now. I was like, Mad Mikkelsen, Anthony Hopkins. He ain't gonna get that. I don't think he's gonna get it. He probably don't even know who Topher Grace is, so that's a fucking winner. If I go Thomas Jane and Dolph Lundgren, I should have gone Ray fucking Stevenson.
You should have gone Ray Stevenson.
I should have gone Ray Stevenson and Thomas Jane. Yeah. Bollocks.
Yeah, because that would have really thrown me. But when you said Dolph, I was like, oh, I know the Punisher. I remember these.
Should have gone fucking Ray Stevenson. What a dickhead.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I enjoyed it. I'll be honest, I enjoyed the quiz though.
Fuck
I did enjoy that. Gives me ideas for my quiz in the future.
All right, well, that was over quick.
Yeah.
There we go.
Right. Now, I did ask you if you're okay with this.
Oh, shit. Do you know what? I haven't even fucking read the question. Yeah, go on then. I could do this. Yeah, we'll do this one. Okay. Yeah.
Chris P. Bacon wrote in.
Oh, mate, it's nearly 5 a.m. What the fuck? What, Chris P. Oh, mate. Oh, no. Right, whatever, Chris. Come on, Chris.
Wrote in with an important question for discussion. The question is, if you could invite 3 people to dinner, living or dead, who'd you invite?
You go first.
Okay. I think, because I'll be honest, I put this question up, I didn't think of any answers. Who would I go for? was going to go Winston Churchill, but that might get a bit nasty after a couple of fucking
see, boring.
It'd be great. You'd be pissed off.
Oh.
I tell you where I should have went for, instead of living or dead, be fictional or non-fictional characters.
That's
yeah, that would be much better.
okay. Yeah,
Of course,
no,
you'd have just had Batman, and Batman.
Batman this era, Batman that era, and Batman that era. Like, let them fight it out and find out who's the best Batman.
66 Batman.
Fucking
Batman.
Adam West. Fuck off, Adam West. Pow! Bang!
Wow.
Wallop.
I'd probably take Kevin Smith, because
Yeah, cool. That's cool. Cool. I like that. I like that.
Dave Grohl. And that'd be fucking good,
mate.
And who else could I go for? I'd probably want Seth MacFarlane, because I find Seth MacFarlane interesting as fuck.
Okay, yeah, cool. Okay,
So that's where I'd go. Kev, the other one that I said.
Mate, you don't even know you've invited Dave Grohl, mate. It's a good job I missed. It's a good fucking job I missed.
Sit there as like,
Dave Grohl, Kevin Smith, and fucking the other one.
Yeah. Seth MacFarlane.
Seth MacFarlane. Oh.
Come on, who are you going to give me, mate?
Okay, I would go, first and foremost, I'd go Jack Black, just so that I could prove to people that we're not the same person.
Yeah. And then you go, fucking hell, we look the same.
Some people legit come into my stream and say, fucking hell, you look like Jack Black. I'm like, fuck off. I mean, I'm happy, I'll take it, but like, he looks...
Take his money.
It's just the grain in the beard, I tell you. That's what it is. It's the grain in
You've
the
got that sort of... If your beard was sort of further out, you'd really start to look like you've got his beard. But you from the sides like I do. So
yeah, I have to pull it in. Yeah. Jack Black, 100%. Jack Black would be the comedy, would be the brilliance, would be the musical entertainment. He'd be everything. Yeah. So it'd be Jack Black. I would probably go with... like Beckham. Like, as I say, Beckham, like, idol for me growing up. And I still think he's just a fascinating guy to talk to, with everything that's like, the documentaries kind of brought that back to my like purview, if you will. Yeah. So I'd probably go Beckham, Jack Black. Who else would I have?
Oh, for that third one, isn't it? It's like, wow.
Probably someone like, who I find fascinating, like maybe someone like Steven Spielberg.
Oh, that'd be fucking interesting.
Like, I'd love to fucking pick his brain. Like, yeah, because the guys are
Hannibal.
I'm not fucking Hannibal Lecter over it. Jeez. Like, I find the guy fascinating. Like, the guy's a fucking genius. Like,
yes.
You get, like, when people talk about geniuses, it's normally like, like, because they're like Mensa or something, like, but no, legit genius in his field.
Yes, yeah, because he's been a filmmaker since toddler.
Yeah, well, just think of all the epic shit that he's done. Not even just what he's directed, but what he's been a part of. Like
stories,
yeah.
He designed fucking Universal theme park.
Oh, really? And I didn't know that. But just for like a dinner party, like, imagine the like, maybe David Beckham isn't like the most. But like the stories you'd get off of Jack Black, it's not as squeaky as what he was. That gets brought up in the documentary. No, I think like Jack Black, the stories, the entertainment value from him. Like, David Beckham is like idol level material. He'd probably be the one that I'd be like, oh my fucking god, it's David Beckham, probably more than the other two. But and just to Steven Spielberg, like idol. I always, like, growing up, I always had this thing. It's like, I'd love to be. When they say like, what you want to be when you're older, and like people like football and that. Like, director was legit one of my answers. I'd love to be a director. Never wanted to be an actor. I wanted to be a director. Wanted to be the person behind the camera.
I think I've only ever wanted to be an actor since like a couple of years back. It wasn't possible, but like, it's something that I could have looked into when I was younger, and I just never did.
Yeah.
And now that I've done a bit of it, I'm like, oh man, I got bit by the bug.
Yeah.
Fucking great.
And I'm just like, yeah, I definitely, yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what I'd go with. Like, Jack Black, David Beckham, Steven Spielberg. I think.
Yeah, good call.
That's my three. That's my three. The other one who I'd love, but I have other reasons why. I have one, sorry, that's a little bit outside that like Chester Bennington.
Yeah.
I'd be like, just for the fact of I'd like to I don't know, just something in my head was like, we've lost someone massive, and it'd like why. What could people have done differently? Like those kind of things. Like, I think about it sometimes like, is there a way we could have saved certain people?
I see what you're saying, yeah.
You know what I mean? If the right person was there at the right time in their life, But
yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure he did have some sort of support.
Oh, 100%. Wife that loved him, kids, like the bad, like he was adored by many, but obviously the demons are real and they're that difficult like to deal with sometimes. And I have a hard thing with suicide because I don't believe like it's ever a real way out. I think you leave more pain than what you're just transferring your pain onto someone, well, multiple other people essentially. But yeah, that's like, but that's more of a, that would probably more of a one-on-one dinner. That's not a dinner party. So Chester, why'd you kill yourself, dude? Like, that's not really a great fucking dinner party conversation, is it? So we'll stick with Jack Black, David Beckham, and Steven Spielberg.
I suppose if I had to go down that line, probably Robin Williams.
Oh yeah, that would have been cool.
Because like he was life and soul, and he still did what he did.
Yeah,
and you just think like,
there's reasons that we'll never understand.
Yeah.
You just have to like be appreciative of what they left us, which is their body of work, which is fucking phenomenal.
Yeah. Sorry guys, we're ending this podcast on a bit of a down note on that, but we hope you had some funs and some chats with us in the meanwhile. Meanwhile, me and TJ are going to go and
go to bed.
Pull our plunk to the porn.
No, I'm going to fucking bed, mate. You can go and do whatever you want. Thanks for that image. Just before I go to sleep, fucking my dreams are going to be nightmares.
Just a bit of audio cue for you. Right, so as always, you can. You put the bright for me on. Oh, sorry, I just noticed that. You can catch us, obviously, over on the YouTubes, on the Spotify's, on the anywhere you find podcast. Don't forget to check out our Instagram, my Twitch, TJ's Twitch. He goes on Monday. I'm on Tuesday. He's on Wednesday. I'm on Thursday. He's on Friday. I'm on at some point in the weekend. Sometimes TJ's on.
Very rarely.
But we're all on from about 8 o'clock. TJ's more on time than I am. I'm late by nature. Of course, if you want to email us, it is the unfilteredidiots@gmail.com. So don't forget to throw your questions up to us if you want us to any sort of questions in the pod. We do read them all, and we will try and get them all on the pod. Right, kids? I think that's it, Teach. We've been a long one. So we're going to have to say goodbye because my wife's about to murder me. And I don't want any of you.
See you later, everyone.
Right. Bye-bye, kids.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.